So, good morning, welcome to Newcastle. Slightly earlier start than anticipated. Looks like we've got Ascend Airways shortly to start final approach, so it seems sensible to open up with some action. Runway 07 in operation. Grateful if folks could confirm the sound is okay and you can hear me, etc. I can hear myself okay, but the ambient wind noise is reasonably hefty, as you can probably pick up. So while we await for the incoming plane, I'm just going to touch on a couple of other bits and pieces. But before we do that, let's do the chat. So based on what I can see, bearing in mind the list gets shortened at the minute I go live, Alexandra Wood, good morning to you. Deborah Speller, good morning to you. Dopey Gorp, how are you doing? Guessing you are working hard to squeeze a bit of time in with us this morning. Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest, is in the house. Excellent. Nick Gray, our friend in Boston, Massachusetts. How's this for more sociable broadcast hours, Nick? It's, I don't know, maybe it's 11 o'clock will become the new 8:45. Think through the hedge, I can see the incoming aircraft. Could be a glint on my glasses. Janine K, hello Janine. Hope you've had a good week. Sarah Louise, hi to you. Oh, dearie me. Oh, crikey. Sarah talks about a Chewie at Manchester that had to return due to smoke in the cockpit. Presumably not the pilots kicking back with some Cuban cigars. That doesn't sound much fun at all, does it? Rab H, hello my friend. Just having an early lunch before you go cycling. Well, thanks for dropping in, mate. The rain that I woke up to this morning has gone. Hope that's the same for you. I know you had a bit of rain. Blue skies at the minute. Pretty nippy. So you're with us for the first hour. Excellent. Mark Sanderson. How goes it, Mark? Keep looking over my shoulder. That clearly wasn't the Ascend Airlines on finals, but it can't be many seconds away. And yes, you're right, Mark Sanderson, that sun is shining in the great northeast of England. I mean, we've had the rain that we should have every day earlier on, haven't we? I'm guessing it rained where you were as well. I think according to Flight Radar and Meta, it was raining here earlier on at the airport. But yeah, one thing at a time. Good morning, Lloyd Bell. Hope that arm is making progress, buddy. Thank you, Lloyd, for confirming on sound. I've become a little bit, so what I'm after, paranoid about sound recently with a couple of glitches. Bit laggy for Mark. I'm not dropping any frames at this end, Mark. I've got ability to step things down if I need to, but the signal strength was out the ballpark. So I'm guessing that is either YouTube or nearer your end, mate. Good sound though, thanks, buddy. I'm watching out this horizon. I know this plane's going to come swooping over the hedge, so people who are familiar with watching planes at Newcastle will know that in the spot that we stream from, the planes aren't visible on approach until they literally happen across the hedge line, and they're on you, nice and loud, nice and close up. But it's a bit like clay pigeon shooting, as I always say. You know, when the guy goes, "Paul!" and then swivels the gun round and goes, "Bam, bam!" and shoots the planes out of the sky. It's a bit like that filming planes, to be honest, when you cover this runway approach anyway. Ronan Fahity, hello Ronan, how are you doing? Daniel Watkins, good morning to you, my friend. Where has this plane gone? For a minute I was paranoid they were sending it round to runway 25 and I'd get the mother of all telescopes. Oh, you can hear it now. Here comes the first one of the show. Nice and close. So we'll send Airways, we'll do a bit more on them later. I think we mentioned them previously on streams. A recent startup, part of the Aviva group. And this is the second of their 2 aircraft, this one being a MAX 8, the other one a 737-800. So I think it's in that phase of acceptance testing and crew training, that kind of malarkey. They're fairly frequent visitors now here at Newcastle as part of the kit test. Probably easier to get runway slots, to be honest. And yeah, I think we'll see a bit more of that one. Due out about 11:45. A little bit hazy at the back end, as we tend to get on sunny days. So this is basically a wet lease and charter operation. Based, I think, if memory serves, at Gatwick and Southend. So it'll be interesting to see where these guys go in the... I'm going to come out of that for a minute because that is quite hazy for a white plane. It's not as if there's much art to latch onto, is there? Back in the chats. Abby Garvey, hello Abby. Hope all is good. Exam revision going well and all that. When do you actually start your exams? I've got this notion in my head you were doing geography or from around the 25th of April. If so, you must be feeling the excitement. Good morning 01 Mike D. What time is it here? It is UK time 11:13, my friend. So we've gone off access. It is a windy day here, basically a northerly. So we've got a decent crosswind. We'll come on to that in a minute. So let's have a look. Yin Cathay 505. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you, Sarah, for confirming on sound. Mark, yeah, you had it lashing as well. Same here. I thought about getting a cheeky run in before I went out, but I'm easily demotivated. I don't mind running in drizzle or light rain, but I don't like it pelting off my head. So I thought I'd plough my energy into getting a haircut on the way here, which I've done. I'll demo that later. Yeah, nice one, Mark. So the arrival we saw inbound from Area 51. Good morning, Yorkshire Biker. Hello. And Stephen Marchant. Hello. Can't be Newcastle. We've got blue skies. I think the forecast. Let's get back to the incoming plane. I'm gonna have to level the tripod a little bit. I think it's level under some conditions, but as I can. It's not, so I can see what I need to do. I'll do that in a minute. It's still very muddy here, although not as muddy as it was last time. So let's have a look at the Casper Express. As you can see from the windsock, decent amount of wind blowing through that. As I say, it's basically a northerly. They were running runway 25 at the outset of the day, but they've obviously changed it. I don't know, they've got tactical flexibility, haven't they? If I was a cynic, I'd say they probably don't want any live streamers showing head-on long approach shots on a very windy crosswind day. But that would be a bit paranoid. Anyway, this spot is absolutely cracking for close-up departures and nice low swooping arrivals. So I'll take 07 any day of the week, particularly on hazy days. So it looks like this plane is heading for one of the front gates. I got the notion it was probably heading for a remote stand, but got that one wrong. Good morning to Terry the artist. Tell, we're matching you for blue sky now, mate. Square mile for square mile. What I'm saying. Of course, come back here in an hour. Anything, it's going straight back out, isn't it? That's just me firing a shot off. I wished I hadn't, because I'm not dead level. Let's just lock up that for the minute while I try and do something with this errant tripod. So what's going to do best for me there? Let a bit out the front, I think. Anyway, I hope everybody's keeping well. Good morning, Alibi 58. Case in point. How you doing, pal? On the comeback trail? So look, Abby's geography is the 23rd of April. I went far out, was I? I'm quite forgetful, Abby, so I'm quite impressed with that. And then your last one is maths on the 3rd of May. Boy, did Eddie used to love his maths exams. He was quite good at it, as it goes, but no love for the subject whatsoever. At the time, he was hoping to go on to be accepted as an RAF pilot, and maths is obviously a very good thing for aviators to have. No dopey girl, that is not a telescope. Getting the brakes on good and early. Alibi 58 has been a member now for 12 months. 1 year in. I think there's time to get the fireworks up. Easy for you, Alibi. Awesome support, pal. We'll pick that one up in a bit hazy. Rob H, remember, for 11 months. 11 months and loved every minute here. We've loved having you, Rob. Another great friend of the channel. Fireworks for you. So our next arrival looks to be an Aer Lingus ATR 72 from Belfast. Small minutes out, 5 minutes or thereabouts. So that'll be your next incomer. Thank you, Lloyd Bell, for confirming that the plane you were looking at is expected to go to East Midlands at 11:45. Parked where it is, I think it's going out fairly soon. I think it's going to go early bird. Good morning, H. Hope all is good. And also good morning to David Smart and Sue Cruz. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Here on a pretty blowy, rather nippy, and yeah, increasingly chilly Friday morning, but at least it's Friday and it ain't raining. You heard it here first. So one for me to keep a watch out on. Thank you, Lloyd. Well, Gulfstream 650 pinging on the ground. I will keep a watch on that one, Lloyd. Cheers, buddy. Etienne Joseph. Hello, Etienne. How are you? I'm Mark. Pleased to meet you. Well, I think I'm caught up with the chat, give or take. So if I've missed you, I do apologise. Not intentionally. So the incoming ATR from Belfast should be with us momentarily. 11 years of age, I've been in the air for about half an hour, no time at all. I'm going to go to the inbound, or recently arrived, EasyJet. This aircraft looks like an NA to NA. On my screen, an A320neo. So we'll hitch a ride with this and then cut to the arriving ATR momentarily. The good thing about this field being muddy, and it's about the only good thing, is you can really wedge the tripod in the mud. So on a windy day like this, it don't move as much. Quite handy. Air France on the way out with their Embraer 190. We were talking about Air France's decision to swap the A220-300 to Edinburgh for Embraer 190s start of the summer season. These apparently have a seating capacity of 100. The A220-300 for Air France is something like 146 seats, something in that region I think. I haven't got my notes in front of me. So I don't know if Air France are putting more flights through Edinburgh and therefore don't need as big an aircraft, or think they're going to sell less tickets, which doesn't sound likely. Mark Sanderson, you can call me Mork if you like. I think Orson's definitely gone. There's no sign of any fresh horse dung or anything. Oop, ATR time. Sorry about whipping you round. I think you look quite happy to get that down. Air France. Off to Paris, Charles de Gaulle next. This particular aircraft, 4.6 years old, looks a treat. First takeoff of the show. Zero Mike D. It's definitely a day to put your washing out. Might be the day you find it in your neighbour's garden. But yeah, get your washing out. Certainly if you live in the northeast. Where's that ascend? 737 over here. Good morning to DB Bassman. How you doing, buddy? I can't believe it, DB. You've got the sun out too. Right, I can see somebody pushing back over the far side. That somebody is Chewy with their 737 Turgida, a Max 8 200. Registration, Golf Tango Uniform Mike Hotel, all of 5 years of age. That looks to be possibly our next departure. I've just seen a comment. I might try something different with sound. Is that the wind or is that my audio? Because I can't hear my audio quite so good at the minute, so I just want to be sure what I'm adjusting. I'll stand by and let me know, pal. Right, got you. Move the mic. Thank you, Mike. How's that? Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one, the mouse ran down. Hickory dickory dock. No, in the ambient noise here, I moved the mic up and I hadn't watched the output gauge. That might be a bit better. So post hickory dickory dock, and we drop the overmodulation out. So it's the trouble streaming on a windy day. The wind whips your voice away, and of course generates a lot of background ooh-jar. Right, let's see if that's So Louise, I think the horse is gone. Just saying earlier in the charts, I think I've not seen it now for 2 trips, and there's not an awful lot of horse dung left on the floor, so I think he's gone. Ooh. Where? I do not know. Yeah, I don't think the tin can. Yeah, stop talking into a tin can. No tin can. Okay, I'm going to try something slightly different with the audio. Just bear with me. Plan B. So, let me just try something else. So, there will be. You can hear a bit of zipping. Broadcasting from the top of your house. Right, I'm going to make some changes. It won't sound right for a bit. I'll shout out when it is ready, so to speak. So let's try a couple of bits first. Hello. Right. What does that do? Can you hear me okay? Have you lost some of that background blow? Right, I'm going to go to the bottom of the chat because obviously I'll be out of date. Ian Finley, good morning. Stoffel Bell, good morning to you. Right, can you hear me okay? Is this a better sound setup? I've basically taken the shotgun mic out of the line because it's naturally going to pick a lot more sound up. Sue Cruz, thank you very much. DB Bassman, Yorkshire Biker, Lloyd Bell. Yeah, we're just running with less gain. I think with the wind direction stroking over the, even with a dead cat as they call them, over the shotgun mic, I don't think, or I couldn't do enough to offset it. So if this stays good for you, let me know. Fingers crossed. So our first chewy departure of the show. Off to the warmer climes of Hagurda. Brian Pounder, good morning to you. Welcome to the Friday show. Hope the week has been a good one for you. And there's me wondering what's causing that little rattle you could hear there. Oops, a little bit of crab on there. I think he's going to need to make a starboard turn soon enough. So I'm just going to tape down this flap that is basically the one that covers the shoe mount for the mic. Doesn't get to see a northerly wind that often. So let's deal with that now, because I think the wind is going to stay at least this level for the remainder of the show. Surprised if it doesn't. Luckily I have a nice little stock of masking tape for such emergencies. So how are we going to do this? Proper Blue Peter stuff. Good morning, Paul Usher. How are you doing, pal? So that chewy departure got a bit of emoji action from Row H and Yorkshire Biker. If you are a new member to the channel, please do remember, we've got a growing suite of emojis at your disposal. So the plane you are looking at due out at 11:45. So 6 minutes or so. It's got an interesting registration, this one. It caught my eye, and it certainly would have done for folks of at least my age or thereabouts. So Ascend Airways have two aircraft. The one that we've seen here previously on stream is a 737-800 registered Golf Hotel Delta Lima, which kind of looks like Glen Hoddle as an abbreviation. This 737 MAX is Golf Whiskey Echo Alpha Hotel, G. Weir. Anyone remember George Weir, the footballer? He used to play for Chelsea, AC Milan, and who else? Paris Saint-Germain. Quite a big name in the 90s. Anyway, for those of you who do remember him, if any of you, and I know there'll be a few, anyone know what he's currently doing with himself now? I nearly fell off the settee when I Wikipedia'd this particular fact up last night. Sarah Louise says, who? Now, I think that is very much a generational question. I bet if I asked Eddie who George Weir is, or was as a sportsman, he would have said, George who? Me? But yeah, very famous and pretty expensive footballer. I think he may have been World Footballer of the Year once. I might be wrong on that. And you're right, Paul Usher, he played for Man City too. Deborah Sabella, you're too dry by half. I know you know. Well, for what football is, anyway. So Mark Sanderson says, rumour had it Keegan had agreed to sign for Newcastle back in the day, but the deal was hijacked by Milan. So George Weir nearly came to Tyneside. And you're right, he is the president of Liberia. Could be an interesting precedent, couldn't it? Ex-footballers going on to run their countries. We don't do politics at Plain Sailing Aviation, unless it's political bias, our friend who joined us in the show. So, yeah, I'm not sure I'd fancy many of today's footballers in political roles. Well, blimey, the plane's moved. Casper's ghosted out. Ready to return to East Midlands. So let's just check out that reg plate. Just check my notes. Yeah, G. Weir. I don't know if this is just a coincidental thing, by the way, or whether they've just decided they like this kind of reg. Coincidence is just amazing. Ooh, the good thing about a northerly is I've just got a very good double nostril of Jet A1. It smells like I'm at the airport now, it really does. Whereas usually all I get here is a smell of dung. Yeah, I think you're right, Mark Sanderson. I think Gary Lineker probably does fancy a life outside of Match of the Day. I always think Gary Neville is another one that wouldn't surprise me actually if he turned up in politics. And although I'm not a Man United fan, I used to have quite a lot of time for G-Nev. Until he ended up signing up to be part of the Qatar World Cup circus. So I think if you see any tasty overflies, as you can see with the blue sky at the minute, there is quite a bit of cloud, but not to the extent that it's going to prevent reasonable prospects of a skyscrape. Don't know if we're going to be lucky enough to get a bit of military action during the course of the show. So the plan is to run through till probably about 3:30 if the action continuity stands it up. And we'll just see how we go along that way. If the action's still looking good and folks are enjoying the show, we'll do a little bit longer. Keith Cornell said, did the Hoddle bloke play for England with the Waddle guy? Yeah, he did. He certainly did. Would that be back in the days of LTEL or before LTEL? Terry Venables, for those who wonder who LTEL is, I drift into my recollections of nicknames of certain kind of players. Quite a cultured player was Glenn Hoddle. Though Terry the artist is still in the show, but I'm sure Terry's got a view as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Whereas Gary Lineker, formerly of my parish, Leicester City, but I don't know, I was a kid when he was playing for Leicester, but I don't know, he weren't there long enough for me. Oh cripes, I tell you what, this is like standing in treacle. And you're right, Sarah Louise, rest in peace Terry Venables, proper character, bit of a geezer. Keith Cornell says Royal Australian C-17 has flown over near Newcastle. Okay, I see nothing in the skies. I'll keep an eye on that one. Glenn Hoddle was the one who went a bit strange, I think, Sarah Louise. Wasn't he kind of saying that people, or alleged to have said, let's get this correct, that, you know, people that were unfortunate in this life may have been bad people in a previous life or something else that sounded a bit like that? And you're right, David Smart, they did release a single. Was that the England team with Hoddle and Waddle and Cohen? LTEL. I think you're dead right though. When you're right, Yorkshire biker, I think Terry Venables is was the epitome of larger than life character. We'll just rest up on this 737 FedEx. I think that came in early doors this morning from Edinburgh off the top of my head. That's right, Alibi 58. I'm trying to think of who the other guy is. David Icke. For those of us who remember another one who went a bit wacky as well, Frank Boff. Both David Icke and Frank Boff were grandstand presenters, and then Boff went off to do something else and then ended up getting involved in all kinds of lurid headlines. I think he's dead now. And David Icke, I think they were suggesting, claimed he was the son of God or something. He's from Leicester or thereabouts as well. We have a very broad church in Leicestershire. Jagger McCretten. Jagger, good morning to you. Big wave from Mark at the airport. Well, that's interesting, Rab H. I did not know that David Icke was actually a goalie. Who was he a goalie for? So Louise, this is knowledgeable stuff, exceeding me. Didn't he play for Coventry City? I don't know. Let's settle that one. I'm intrigued. I mean, a lot of sports presenters have been active sportsmen in their day, haven't they? What's supposed to be happening here next anyway? Because I wasn't anticipating a particular gap in traffic. So, Akiri Cat 13 Dreamweaver. Face is freezing up already. Good morning, Dreamweaver. Stephen Marchant passed Big Ron. That's what he used to call Ron Atkinson, wasn't it? Big Ron and his wife wandering around Tenerife Airport back in January. Do you remember him? I was always terrified every time we were in need of a manager during Ron's latter phase of career that he'd be one of the people we'd get. He was always being linked, wasn't he, with virtually any job that came up. A bit like the Big Sam of his time, I guess. Big Ron. Good morning, Tony Earl. Ah, right. Goalie for Hereford United in the Southern League in the early 70s. That's David Icke we're talking, is it? Deborah Speller, 2 years ago you were a very proud mum when your son won Roberto Carlos to come and play with his pub football team. That is absolutely awesome. Could we kind of get that up on Google? I'd like to have a look later, if I'm honest. Awesome, that is. Eddie, if he was in the same situation, he'd probably be reminding me of it every blinking day. Roberto Carlos. Yes, Rob, he was born in Leicester, was David Icke. I don't know what point you're trying to make. I don't think I dare ask. Let's have a quick tower shot, so anyone that is unfamiliar with the setup here at Newcastle can at least see the tower. And if I pan round while we await the next arrival, single runway track here, we're at the 07 end, and the far end where the sun is shining, 025. Keep driving through that hedge line and keep going straight. About what, 10 miles, 15, 20 miles, you'll be in the North Sea. Not much of a distance. So very warm welcome to anyone who's joined the show. As always, that gentle nudge on likes. I can't actually tell at all today. I've got a different setup today to avoid this trouble I've had where I kept getting biffed out the chat. The only downside is I can't see how many likes at all we've got. Okay, Deborah Speller, I will try and look that clip up with a cup of tea and a biscuit later, because as Rab says, Roberto Carlos was some player. I think during Eddie's young years he may have had a period of thinking he was Roberto Carlos. Oops, Windows just taking the camera off, sorry team. Let's just get the meta up, shall we, and just get the latest on what is actually happening here. I know what I think is happening here. It's certainly a very blowy day here. So what we got? I can't get it up on this properly. Jesus H. It's because I'm trying to browse it on this device. Looks like I've got to get it out of the Google Play. We've got a decent degree of crosswind anyway. I think I'm going to default it to the Met Office one, which I can get up without fuss. So, where are we at the minute? Less than 5% chance of rain. I don't think it's going to rain during the course of the show. I think it's going to be a proper dry show. Temperature around 8-9 degrees, feels 3 or 4 degrees cooler. Damn right it does. Wind speed basically a northerly at the minute, 12 mile an hour, gusting at 22. That is going to move in the next hour to a northwesterly. It'll be interesting if they decide to change the runway for that, although that's probably only going to be for an hour or so, so my suspicion is they'll keep it pointing 07, which of course gives us great close-up action of departures and nice low swooping over the headline shots of arrivals, so it's kind of win-win in that sense. Right, Rab H, happy cycling, buddy. Hope you keep a dry one, and as you say, wind on your back. Perhaps even get lucky with a bit of perhaps the wind will change direction for you. Help you out, help you back. I always think that when I'm running. For some reason it always seems to be blowing in my face. So looking ahead to the heavy action today, our 777, no surprise on this given recent dramas in Dubai and all those biblical floods. Our 12:05 arrival is now due in at 13:41, so we're going to catch it during the course of the show, but it is crapping time, as I often say. And I've just seen Ian Finley's pointed the same comment. So just passing Austrian airspace at the minute. Good morning, Ash Watts. How are you doing, buddy? So from an arrivals point of view, we are probably waiting now till about 12:30, looking at prognosis there. Checking out the departure scene, I'm expecting EasyJet to go shortly, and indeed Aer Lingus. So let's see if I'm right in that. No, British Airways are going to come to the party sooner. British Airways were due to go at 11:50. So I think, let's just rotate the camera. Came in while I was setting up. That should be our next departure. And that will be followed by Aer Lingus at 12:15. And in fact, the EasyJet to Belfast will be out at 12:05, so we should have 2 departures in the next 10 minutes. It's going to be a bit of a race between BA and EasyJet. Chavs, I've just seen your email, mate. I'll have a good read of that when I get back. Looks interesting, pal. Don't know if you're live in the show, but literally I've just seen your email on the screen. Won't attempt to read it in the glare that I've got at the moment. Sorry if I'm sniffling a little bit. I don't know if I'm starting a cold or whether this is just a response to the rain. The cold rain. I was reading the word rain on the screen. I'm just looking at something else. Oh man alive. So Rab's now in 2 minds about cycling to Knockhill on Sunday. Only 11 degrees. Yeah, that is pretty cold, isn't it? Well, that's quite an interesting, in fact, better than quite interesting. Thanks, Ian Finley. Airborne colours look like they're setting up an aircraft paint shop at Teesside. It's interesting, obviously, with the relatively recent news that, let's go back to the FedEx. FedEx have signed I think it's a 5-year deal, but I've not got the notes in front of me. They've certainly signed a deal with Teesside, and I think that's all to do with Teesside being a Freeport enterprise type zone. It would be really interesting if Airborne Colours do actually set up there, because obviously I know they've got a shop at East Midlands. I don't know if they've got any other premises, but it assures a nice stream of interesting traffic, doesn't it? So yeah, better keep an eye on that. Look, I don't know where Orson is, but what I do know is there's some, look at these two giving it some welly. Good stuff. I won't leave the camera on them. I just saw these two mains bouncing down the street. Rab says, not cold for cycling, but cold for standing. No, Rab, it's cold for cycling as well, mate. Remember, I'm a very fair weather cyclist. Very fair weather. Although Abby Garvey reports it's meant to be quite warm for her flying lesson tomorrow. Well, fingers crossed you get a good lesson. How long do you get, Abby? Is it an hour? Half an hour? Never had one, so I really don't know. So very mindful as well that people come and go all the time into the show, so good. It's good afternoon. It is good afternoon. It has just turned midday here at Newcastle International Airport. A very warm, figuratively, because it's nippy as hell. Welcome from yours truly, Mark. Really pleased to be in your company. Thank you for joining us. Bright and sunny. World is at our feet. Friday lunchtime. If you're working and it's your lunch, or you've just finished work, you've got the weekend in front of you, hopefully. It's a lovely feeling, is that Friday feeling. I must be honest, as a retired person, I can remember it, but I can't. It's just lost a little bit of the zinginess in terms of how good it felt. Anyway. Rab, 11C is perfect for you. You probably go a lot faster than me. Good morning, HGC. How are you doing? Abby's lessons usually an hour, sometimes more if there's a lot of traffic in the circuit when you're coming into land. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. We follow your embryonic career with interest, Abby. Really do hope that you end up making a career in aviation. I really do. There's the thing, Ash Watts, the first round of the British Superbikes is in Spain. There's some very strange things happening in sport these days. I'm surprised they don't put it in Saudi Arabia, to be honest. Pretty much everything else is there. And you're right, Yorkshire biker, Fridays were great, but Monday mornings were the absolute opposite. I think I'm going to raise you there. I used to think Sunday tea time onwards, I used to think, oh God. My father-in-law once used the term Sunday night depression, and I'd never thought about it before, and I laughed at it, and then I know 40 odd years later it's wedged in my head. Right, machine is bleeping, so what do I need to pay attention to? is this doing? Does it annoy folks out there when you have to keep telling something what your cookie preferences are every time you go in? Right, EasyJet are obliging us folks. They've managed to get their nose in front of British Airways, who were due out at 10 to 12. EasyJet due out at 5 past 12, and have actually pushed back to turn, well, near enough on time. Return journey to Belfast, shortly to be followed by the Aer Lingus ATR 72. All roads lead to Belfast. So let's have a look into the chat. Good afternoon. So, well, afternoon here, but of course in Australia, where you're going to be there sort of late at night perhaps. Silkway West 747 fan, Dallas, Australia. Hello. Hope you're keeping well. And good afternoon as well to John Kenneth Williams. Going pretty good down here at the airport. Windy, although I think has eased slightly, I think in the last half an hour. Conditions cold, but no chance of rain. I think if it was a wet day in these winds, it would be no laughing matter. Not that we haven't done that before, but so we've basically got a north-northwesterly wind, fluctuates a bit between that and northerly, and runway 7 in operation. So plane's going to come swooping over the hedge to my right, or your left on the camera. In fact, my left as well. I need some gloves with left and right on them by the look of it. Sunny in Teesside. Well, you're probably getting what we had, I guess. I'll let you know if it starts raining. So just looking out over the North Sea as well, if there's anything interesting. Couple of Hawks departed from, I'm going to guess they're Teesside departures. Currently at 10,000 feet. Can we get lucky with a touch and go? Probably not. Now I've said it out loud, but we have been lucky in the past on a Friday, so this EasyJet should be moving any second now. Chance for me to have a quick drink of nicely chilled water. Crikey, Sarah Louise, snow the other day. I was saying to Mrs. PSA this morning, I mean, where are we now? 19th of April. This is it's been a dire April, hasn't it? It wouldn't surprise me if we got some snow. Might as well. Not going to get a suntan. May will be different though. I'm optimistic that May will give us a bit of that lovely warm sunshine. Well, we might have to go Tenerife for it, but we'll get it. So he's holding, but other than an ATC T brake, I don't think anything is likely to come in. British Airways look like they're now transponding, so we should get 2 departures, if not 3 departures with Aer Lingus pretty much on the spin, which would be nice. I think you're right, Lloyd, about the weather. To be honest, I've not done that much on my allotment. Never mind the you know, the more important world of farming and agriculture. Of course, that's almost certainly going to pass its way on in increased food prices, isn't it? British Airways have now just pushed back, so let's get what we can of them. Good afternoon to Tom Winter. How you doing, buddy? I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. Rab, we plan to be on till about 3:30, a bit longer if the action is there, and a bit shorter if the action ain't there. It's in that kind of window. It does seem early phase of the summer season is, you know, it's proving a little bit gappy. So we'll see how it plays out, but hope to catch you later. Just stay safe out there. So like last EasyJet departure, we got some emoji action from HGC, Yorkshire Biker and Dopey Gore. Right, I'm thinking British Airways are just about to start moving. Let's just rotate a little bit just to catch that moment. So yeah, Deborah Speller, hell of a delay on the Emirates, 1 hour 30 minutes, but I think yesterday's was 7-8 hours or something, like came in not shy of 10, something like 10 o'clock in the evening, 9:45. So I think it shows you that they're getting to grips with the ground situation at Dubai. Having looked at it, as we all have, you think, geez, no easy thing. So I was a bit uncertain whether to put the triple on the thumbnail for today's show. In the end, I took the optimistic view that they'll probably turn up during our run time. Kind of glad that's what I did now. So the British Airways departure we are going to wave off is an A320-200, 10 years of age. So what we're looking at reg-wise: Golf Echo Uniform Yankee Oscar. Of course, it's a relatively short flight, somewhere in the region of 15 minutes if you're lucky. Generally the time gets given away at the other end. You get put in the hold for any time. It kind of makes a bit of a difference. But here to there, quite a short trip. What happens when you get there, that's a different thing. I can hear a helicopter. So that's going to be, I think, your next action. Let's see if I can find the helicopter. Ah, found it. Weren't looking hard enough. Okie dokie. British Airways have now completed their push and turn, rolling out, ready for their 07 departure. Let's see what we got going on in the chat chopper wise. I see a lot of chopper time. Yorkshire Biker, HCC, Mark Sanderson, Dopey Gulp and Sarah Louise, all giving that emoji plenty of pressing. It's holding, but why, I ask myself? What's happening? What else is moving? I think it'll just be a momentary pause. Keith Cornell, is that the chopper, the reg you've just put in there? G Hulls. Very good. Thanks, Dopey Gorp. Favourite for plane of the day? The Emirates 777 is just entering German airspace. So yeah, looking pretty solid in that 20 to 2 kind of window, which is okay. I was more concerned originally that we'd not see it at all during the show run time, because the show's always better with a 777 in it. Here we go. Just looking at Deborah's comments about good old BA, I've got to be honest, I think they'd be very reluctant to change the livery. They got badly burnt, didn't they, with that arty thing they did, colours from around the world. Whereas this has got a bit more timeless, classic look about it, I guess. That Chatham look. Always looks nice in the sun. Right, ATR next to go, and right on cue, pushing back, awfully sporting of the good people at Aer Lingus. We see a huge amount of that, are we, with the embankment? We'll stay with the tail fin though. Oh, that Bizjet is out. Is that the Gulfstream 650 that Lloyd was talking about? It's a beauty. I might get a snap of that. So what we're looking at here is an NA to NA Gulfstream 650. Very tasty, very nice. Should come all the way out to us, do a little pirouette. I will take a quick snap of it because it'd be rude not to. So you will get a frozen frame for a second. I can't see either who this is operated by, so I'm going to guess it's entirely privately owned. Cut those bloody edges. This could be my plane of the day. Having a bit of a soft spot for Bizjets. So I can hear an ATR, I just can't see an ATR. So FedEx 737 freighter for the moment. Aer Lingus' departure to Belfast will be the next plane on your screen. And you are so right, Yorkshire Biker, that was a pocket rocket. Bit of a Bizjet emoji action from yourself and Mark Sanderson. Chance for a quick drink of water. So members, I think most of you already know, but just in case, rearranged late Easter social online Sunday 7 o'clock UK time, that is 7 o'clock in the evening for devoyance of doubt, not 7 o'clock in the morning. That'd be a bit drastic. Eddie is back to match fitness. Those blades don't half look like scythes. It's amazing how fast the sound just drops away once they get rolling off at 07. Bit of crab. There's the sun. To be fair, he will be bearing the way he's crabbing. Right, back to terra firma. Now I think our next action is probably going to be around 10 minutes away. Certainly Ryanair's inbound from Alicante, a Max 8 200, 1 year of age, or just over a year of age, I think is our next inbound. In terms of departure action, I think Next departure is probably going to be after that. I think 1 o'clock we've got a nice little business jet going out. So it is. So 1 o'clock we have Silver Cloud Air out with their Cessna 560 XL Citation XLS Plus. They always seem to be German registered, don't they? Delta Charlie Sierra Mike Charlie. There must be something good about registering your Bizjets in Germany for tax purposes or something. Anyone know why you seem to see a lot of German registered Bizjets? Or is that just where the centre of gravity is for Bizjet travel? Right, in Finley, spot on mate, the G650 belongs to Hum Air 33. Roger that, my friend. Keith Cornell wanting to go to the Temple of Aviation, that is East Fortune. Still progressing the video, so we haven't forgotten it. I just don't get enough edit time at the minute on that, but we are looking to get that somewhere soon. I know you've heard that before, but not going to blow a good product by just whamming it together. But you're right, it is alibi spot on. You have to book a time. I think Eddie and I are going back in the summer as well. We both concluded that we had an absolutely blinding time there, and I'd recommend, and hopefully when we do put the video out to members, you'll feel we've done it justice. Probably those who've seen it like Alibi, probably in the flesh, would be best placed to judge that. But Eddie and I thought it must be lovely to come here when the weather's a bit warmer, because it was bitingly cold when we did it. Bitingly cold. Well done, Alibi. I'd say to folks, check the link out. It is just, Eddie and I went thinking it was going to be good. We'd already seen some of Alibi's photographs from his trip, but actually it was better than good, a lot better than good. Our inbound Ryanair flight from Alicante is just out by Bishop Auckland at the minute. So what's that, 9 minutes and counting. Currently making steady progress, 8,000 feet and declining, about 7,825. So it looks very much that we're into that Alicante phase of the show, with Ryanair inbound from Alicante, Jet 2 inbound from Alicante. That plane being due in just after 1 o'clock or thereabouts. check the windsock out. I don't think it's altered an awful lot. So we've hit one of those pesky pauses. So yeah, the wind is still north-northwesterly at a steady 16 mile an hour, gusting at around 25s. Sky is filling with cloud at a fair pace now. So I'm kind of thinking that we'll be saying goodbye to the blue stuff pretty soon. At least directly above me. So currently cloud around 5,000 feet according to Meta. I've managed to get my Meta up now, thankfully. Crosswind reported at 11 knots, headwind 11 knots too. So enough to keep it interesting. Of course, what will make it a lot more interesting is some planes. It's an interesting comment, Deborah. I didn't know they had Edinburgh Airport had a Brewdog brewery on site. To be fair, I've never flown from Edinburgh. Spent countless hours watching Edinburgh. Eddie's been probably about several times. I'll have to see if that is still the case, unless anybody else knows different. Oh, that is a small world thing, isn't it? I'm just looking at Ian Finley's comment. Absolutely fantastic. Ian being part of the team that moved the Tornado FV from St Athan in South Wales up to the museum. How cool was that? So tell us, Ian, in gist, did that come up in bits and was reassembled rather than, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Because I suppose you'd be popping it down on the tarmac there. Mark Sanderson, the airport air museum just over the border. Is that East Fortune you're talking about? There isn't another one, is there? If you're talking about East Fortune, definitely. Although I'd always say you'll get more enjoyment out of it on a dry, warm day. But as Alibi was saying earlier, you do have to book a time for your visit. So you can't just pole up on the day. And they do a very nice square sausage there. It's the only square sausage I've ever had, but it was superb. Even Eddie enjoyed his. Right, what is happening? I can see Ryanair is pretty much on us. Country for that. Yeah, here she goes. We're back in action. Cold fingers there, lack of activity. Probably should have kept my gloves on, but hindsight's a great thing. Anyway, first of the 2 Alicante flights we get to see during the show. Jet 2 are also inbound from Alicante. They're due in about 20 minutes. Oops. So good afternoon and a very warm welcome to anybody that's recently joined the stream. As always, a gentle plea on likes. If you're enjoying the show, please do give us a like, helps us so much for YouTube. Certainly my pleasure to be able to share the action that we have. We've had a couple of little patches of gap this morning, but that should flatten out in our favour this afternoon. Anyway, I hope Friday is going well for you. A happy Friday. I'm still marvelling at Rab H getting out on his bike in this. I mean, if it's anything like this, which I'm guessing it probably is, probably be reaching for his battery pack good and early. Well, I would be. Okay, so that's that arrival on its way to gate. Looks like we'll go back to our screensaver that is this FedEx. Perhaps a chance of an overfly here with the Qatar A350 just about to cross the coast to the north of us. Quite a lot of cloud in that airspace, but we'll see. So back to the chat. Ian Finley says yes, remove the wings, fin, ailerons, all load onto the trailers, rebuild to inside a marquee. Absolutely awesome. Did they video that, Ian, and put it together as some kind of time-lapse vid? Because they should have done, really. That sounds fantastic. I tell you what, I bet it, marquee or not, I bet it were blowy there. Good afternoon, Lowlander. How you doing? Right, can I see that 350? Looks like that's going to be a no-show. Still plenty of dappled blue in the sky, but the vast majority, you can probably get the sense of what I'm looking at from here. Look, if you see from that point onwards, it's mostly blue sky. But oops, I'm going to keep it in focus. But once you come this way, it's more like The Simpsons, you know, the cartoon, The Simpsons. Therefore, a little bit more of a lottery. So transponding away, I think the Bizjet, the Silver Cloud Air Bizjet is going to be our next bit of action. A Cessna 560XL Citation XLS Plus on its way to Faro. That aircraft, 10 years of age, cheerily transponding away, due out at 1 o'clock. So I've got a feeling that will be the next departure action we get. Good afternoon to Lee Majors. Hi Lee. Anybody know why the Emirates switched from the 330 to the 777 years ago? Don't know, there's some knowledgeable people in this show, so let's just see what the answer comes back. Interesting one. And thank you, Dopey Gorp. Yes, folks, please, if you could give us a like, and if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, it'd be fantastic if you could. Both are free. And of course, if you're subscribed, after I think it's a 3-minute wait, you can get in the chat, which is all good. Great company in the chat and all that. Right, better keep an eye out for this Bizjet just in case it gets to go a bit early. We've also got Loganair inbound from Southampton. That is due in at just after 1 o'clock. That's currently in the Darlington area, so we'll keep a watch out for that one. That aircraft, 24 years of age, and that in turn is being tracked very closely by a Jet2 737 from Alicante, the one I referenced earlier. That is still making good time, so it looks like we've got 2 arrivals pretty much on the spin and a departure going the other way, Bizjet departure. And I'm going to guess that our 777, our late running 777 from Dubai, is probably still going to be pretty much on for around 20 to 2. So Ian says no video, but the weather was fine. Yeah, you see, you're part of aviation history with that, Ian. Good afternoon, Audrey McDonald. How you doing, Audrey? Hope Friday has been good to you. And you've got Foxy out for her constitutional. So, where are we? Hello again to Silkway West 747 fan, Dallas, Australia. Probably, I'm guessing, already in Saturday, small hours of Saturday morning perhaps. You know, I'm just gonna leave the setup a minute. I've just found a piece of wood that I'm going to use to bolster my position because I'm sinking. Oh, jeez. Sorry folks, I had to grab the panning handle to stop myself falling off the back of this little platform that I've dragged across. Looks like a spare bit of Formica that someone's left here. I realised I was just sinking deeper and deeper into the gloop. So yes, Audrey McDonald, you are part of a select group of the very first gold membership badge holders. So we launched main memberships at Plain Sailing Aviation just over 12 months ago, and the first group of gold members are with us. I did bring the note with me actually, because I know you can post your own celebratory messages, but it's just great to look back and see some of the, because not everybody does the posting a message thing. So a big shout out from me and Eddie to Layla Bergman, Sarah C, Nell W, Alibi58, who has celebrated his earlier in the show, Alexandra Wood, Audrey McDonald, Tony McCall, QC Cap Planes, and Jamie Miller, our very first group of members to reach the 12-month loyalty badge. Thank you so much. I don't know where 12 months has gone, I'm sure. Well, I suppose I better just get myself positioned so I can pivot to the incoming plane. Now I've got this nice bit of board underneath me, I should be able to moonwalk my way into position. That would be the dream. Good afternoon, Davey. How you doing, mucker? Hope you're keeping well. So Loganair, just to the left of Concert at the minute, estimated to be with us in several minutes' time. And as I said a few minutes ago, we've got Jet 2 immediately behind them. So that's the next two in, and out we've got Cessna Citation 560 XLS Plus. I'm sure there might be some more bits in that very lengthy and immemorable title, but that's the gist of it. Quite a natty looking plane. Hopefully you'll get a decent look at it. I think Silkway West 747 fan, Dallas, Australia. It would be lovely to see the 777 FedEx here at Newcastle. I think they've got the handling kit now for it, but unfortunately FedEx have just signed a long-term contract with Teesside, so I'm going to guess that in due course we'll probably see less FedEx and by extension ASL action here at Newcastle. Bit of a shame, but there you go. It is an interesting question about the 777 versus the A350, isn't it? Because I love them both as well, so I absolutely get where Deborah Speller's coming from. You know, but I reckon on push come to shove, I'm A350 if I'm honest. Push comes to shove. Excellent, Davey. Good to know you're in good shape, mate. Ooh, I must have missed his first way down the chat. Deborah Speller's sister received the MBE. Awesome stuff. Of course, you get a trip to the palace, don't you, and all the trimmings with that. Mrs. PSA used to work in a children's nursery for quite a long time. Sort of bit of time doing that and working on a children's ward in a city hospital, and but quite a lot of time in children's nursery environments. Oh, Audrey, I have just spotted that. Sorry, I missed this. I'm squinting off the screen. So you and Foxy have been out. So you've celebrated your Goldie. We've done that. But your birthday. Happy birthday, Audrey. Are you off out for lunch? What's the plan? I would sing happy birthday to you, but it'd be too awful. Oh dear. Probably the only song I know all the words to as well. And as you can hear, that wind is just picking up a bit. So at the minute it's supposed to be gusting at around 25 miles an hour. Peaks out at 4 o'clock apparently now at around 29 mile an hour gusts. Looks like the airport are going to continue with 07 operations. So I think we are set as we are for the remainder. Yeah, so checking our friend the windsock. Alright, Audrey at home. John is in Kent. How is John keeping? And our Emirates triple is just leaving the Dutch coast. Excellent, thank you, Ian. So, looking forward to seeing that. Right, Loganair on finals. So what we got? An Embraer ERJ 145, Golf Sierra Alpha Juliet, India, 24 years of age. On final approach now. That sounds slightly cagey because I can't see it through the hedge. Alright. Let's get ready. Blinking heck, it's here quicker than I thought. That was almost whispering death. just could not pick that up through the bushes. Sorry I whiplashed you onto it, but couldn't risk another telescope. So that's our Southampton arrival. Bit hazy for us at that distance. So next arrival will be that Jet 2 from Alicante. Don't think that's on finals yet, but it can't be far off. That one is actually just passing, heading on the wall, a couple of minutes out. Thank you, Ian Finley. Got that Jet 2 emoji in action, I see. Dopey having got the Loganair emoji in action prior to that. And hi, Carl Shield. How are you doing, Carl? Hope all is good. Fairly leisurely taxi back. Come off that for the minute because the bushes will just take us out of focus. We'll pick it up in front of the tower. I've just seen something incredibly kind splash the chat. Audrey McDonald. Audrey. I can't believe it, Audrey. Audrey has very kindly gifted us 10 plain sailing aviation memberships. Audrey, thank you so much. That is incredibly kind from Eddie and I. Touched. Let's get some fireworks on. Have a look and see who got the winning tickets in a moment. Just got one nervous eye over my left shoulder. Yep, I thought there was somebody now on finals. Here we go, Jet 2. Plenty of smoke. Right, where am I? Where am I? Right, see who's got these memberships. Lowlander, Carl Shield, James Woolard, Linda Cooper, 01 Mike D, PB, Ian Lavery. Not sure if that's Ian Lavery that is the MP for Morpeth, but welcome to all of you. Scottish content creators. Thomas, I'll read the rest of that in a minute. I'll lose sight of the taxiing Loganair. It's going to disappear from view about now. Kind of looks like it's burying itself in the embankment on its way to gate 1. Get back to the list in a minute. think I'll have to try and re-level the tripod again. Sinking. So where were we? Thomas Thundershah Emirates. Jeff Smith. No Jeff. Excellent. Good afternoon, Jaguar McCreaton. Emirates will be due in around 20 to 2-ish. Les Donaldson is in the house. Good afternoon, Les. Hope all is good, buddy. So, checking out the emoji action for the Jet 2, Yorkshire Biker and HGCC. Sorry, my face is frozen. It's deceptive today, but it's kind of... it's like wearing a mud pack after a bit. Not that I've worn many of those. Jaguar McCreaton, I'm near the freight village, yeah. If you go a bit further on from the freight village, following the road, is that police chopper on its way out? I think it is. Or is it that one we saw earlier on? I think it's not the police chopper, is it? That'd be the R44 that came in earlier on in the show. I think it was an R44. I think Keith said it was. So yeah, my position is, yeah, if you walk from the freight park up to the 07 end of the runway, pretty much puts you where I am. That Bizjet has just poked its way out as well, the Silver Cloud Air Cessna Citation, some kind of cherry picker just going across the front of the shop. Well, that would be awesome to use to film from. Probably a bit drafty. Right, Bizjet. That one. Off to Faro. Just a little bit of backtracking required. Lee Majors asks, do I use a scanner? No, I don't. We've got that option, but to be honest with you, technically it's illegal, whichever way you want to look at it, in terms of broadcasting it, sharing it for broadcast. And if I use it just for my own information, it's just too many things happening at once. So we kind of run without that. So handy gadgets though, very handy gadgets. I just froze a frame there to take a picture. Souvenir hunter. One more. And away we go. You can just sense the acceleration on that thing. Well, that Jet 2 that arrived has actually taken one of the front gates. Gate 5. Right, I'm just going to rest you there while I attempt to re-level the tripod. Oh, look at me. I do apologise for the profanity. Just dropped something in the mud that I wished I hadn't. Come to think of it, I'm always dropping things in the mud. That's not right either. Goes out. Better. As we await the doors to be clamped to the side of the plane. All hands to the pumps. Good afternoon, Gary Fleming. Blimey, Keith Cornell says 5 new Citation models coming out next year. They're all so hard to remember. Thank you, Dopey Gore. I apologise, Les Donaldson. I don't know why I can't see your membership gift, but I'm on it. Thank you, Les, and thank you, Dopey Gore. I'm running with a split screen here today, which is stopping me getting thrown out of the chat, but it's taken a bit of getting used to because everything is obviously a little bit smaller. Les, another great long-term friend of the channel, has very kindly gifted a membership, and that has gone to Davey. So, cue fireworks for our friend Les. So it's working a lot better in terms of me not being thrown out the chat. I've got some kind of browser issue with the chat. It just puts a little bit of a challenge in terms of getting your eye in, because effectively the chat is in a smaller window, but it's overall a couple of tweaks I want to make to this, but it's in the right direction. Anyway, thanks, Les. So sorry, I was a bit slow on the go with that. Lee Major says mud, glorious mud. Hope it wasn't your lunch I dropped. No, it's just a little key that I carry for adjusting the tripod. Passengers now strolling off the plane, having recently arrived from Alicante. Lloyd Bell has very kindly gifted a membership as well. Lloyd, you are a star. And who got that? A Kiri Cat 13 Dreamweaver. That's a long tag. Dreamweaver. Received a membership very kindly donated by Lloyd. Thank you, Lloyd. Fireworks. Here we go, Dreamweaver. Lloyd, sorry. Got on with 6s and 7s. Too much kindness just sets my brain all over the place. And it's particularly nice, isn't it, when they kind of land with folks that you know in the show as well. It's always a lucky dip lottery in that sense, and it's just fantastic support for the channel. So honestly, I'm blown away. Good afternoon to Denise Van Cleve. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I don't think we've said hi before. I'm Mark. Sound in the background for those who are less familiar with Newcastle, is the local metro line, the rail service that will connect the airport up to Newcastle and Sunderland basically. So what are we expecting to happen next? So our 777 is due in, I think, around, well, last I looked it was 13:43, but it keeps bobbing about. So first up, the Amsterdam flight from Eastern Airways, which is a wet lease for KLM, has been delayed from 1:10 to just over 10 to 2. Interesting, because KLM have actually cancelled a flight later this afternoon, so I don't know what's happening there. Something coming behind me. Sounds like a helicopter, so I better get ready to put the camera on it. It's not transponding, whatever it is. Oh, here it is. Found it again. I think this was here earlier. And it's raining. Unbelievable. Ooh, what's going on here? Looks like a bit of action. Unless it's a drill. 4 pumps all heading. First 2 you see there, and another vehicle by the look of it. What we got? Hot brakes on the inbound plane. Or just seeing how fast they can get to the far end of the runway. Gonna find out. And if you thought, there's the full scene. And to my knowledge, that is all the pumps they have here. So I'm inclined to think there is something interesting happening. Yeah. They're testing their lines. How you doing?
Not bad, you?
So, what's occurring? Back to the chat. Davey has very kindly gifted us a super chat. I was hypnotised by the fire engines there, Davey. Fantastic support to the channel. Let's just check where I am with my chat feed. Davey, fireworks coming your way. Thanks, pal. Audrey, I think wherever I go, that's where the clouds are going. True story, that. That's all very curious. Deborah Speller, fire engines for all the fireworks. To be fair, it keeps spitting with rain. There's a couple of dark clouds-ish to my left. In fact, just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, that kind of thing. Now that's going to be coming over us to some extent. Keith Cornell says, let's have a look. Excellent, I did miss your message, Keith, so sorry about that, mate. I will look that up, as I say, with a cup of tea and a biscuit when I get back. It's always my recovery when I get back from a stream on a cold day. Cup of tea, oh, a pot of tea, because why would you only have one if you've made a pot? I'll check that out. So this doesn't look awfully like a drill, does it? I think that is a full response. Fascinating. Oop, next arrival is in. There's me hypnotised. Another Loganair, ERJ 145. The plane we are looking at, having just arrived from Stavanger, all of a 1 hour journey, smart early exit. Gonna have to try and re-level the tripod again. I seem to have found a very boggy spot today. Chopper inbound. Police helicopter this one. Oop. So what's happening with this Jet 2? So a bit of emoji tail fin action for that arrival. Alibi 58, Les Donaldson, Yorkshire biker. Back to the issue that you can see on your screen. Stephen Marchant, possible small fuel leak. I can't believe it. I have to start moving my mouth around a bit more. Freezing. Good afternoon, Trevor Russell. How goes it, Trevor? still getting on with the reprovisioning of the plane. Excellent news, Trevor. Good to know you're in good shape, mate. Here comes that inbound Loganair, and then I'm going to have another go at trying to get my tripod levelish. So our 777 is going to be with us in the next 20 minutes or so, I think, which will be nice to see. Who doesn't like a 777? That's currently running towards 10 to 2. So 24 minutes or thereabouts. All right.
So it could be announced. I don't.
So
it's not being announced.
Either or, really.
It's not being announced, but it's probably going to be hot brakes.
Hot brakes. Just talking to a fellow spotter down here at the airport. What's your name, mate?
Jack.
Jack.
Yeah.
He's just showing me on his phone. It seems a speculation. In fact, all our fire engines are off. Hot brakes, which does seem to tie up with that, doesn't it?
Feeling quite hot, apparently.
Away we go. As they all peel away into the Bizjet side of the airport. Like a firefighting display team. Right, what's the scene then at the Jet 2? All looks business as usual, doesn't it, really? So good afternoon and welcome to anybody that has just joined our Friday afternoon show. It started in the morning, but now it's in the afternoon here at Newcastle, plain sailing aviation, on this windy, cold, was sunny, but now much less so, kind of Friday, but it's Friday. So for everybody that's been working through the week, you've earned the right to put your feet up, enjoy a few planes, bit of chat. Gentle plea as always on likes. If you're enjoying the show, please do give us a like. It does help us massively with YouTube whilst we are on air. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. In terms of action, our big plane heavy is running a bit late from Dubai. No surprise considering recent events there. Currently looking to be with us about 10 to 2, so 20 minutes or so away. I think the delayed Eastern Airways flight from Amsterdam is also in around then as well, so certainly going to pick up around the top of the hour. Also looks like the Eurowings 10 past 2 departure is running slightly ahead on time, currently looking at 5 past 2, which is actually, I think, when the 777, if it had arrived on time, would have been scheduled to depart. Sorry I can't get you a cleaner view than that. Does rather look like we've got quick fit in, doesn't it? And thank you Alibi58 for posting the Facebook link. So new members, remember, you get Facebook as part of your membership package of Plain Sailing Aviation. So if you just cut and paste the link into your browser as per what Alibi's just posted, make the friend request and you'll be in the same day. I usually dob into it at least once a day. I tell you what, I bet you want some decent sized tyre levers to be changing the rubber on these things. Now I'm watching on a very small screen, but the guy that's on his knees there, is he in short sleeves? He is, isn't he? He's as hard as nails.
I don't know if it's actually a pilot or something.
Sorry?
It looks to be one of the members of the crew from up at the top. That's what I was thinking.
Must be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I tell you what, that's a hell of a lens you've got on that. A hell of a lens.
2400 as well, so it's not as much as what you've got on there actually.
It looks the bizzo.
It does the job. What's a horse? Oh.
Yeah, I think I'd want a coat on. Les Jonathan hopes they're not from Quick Fit or you'll need a load of other things done. Yeah, did you know you've got this and did you know you've got that? My personal favourite is when I take my car in for a service. It's happened now with the last 2 or 3 services and I've changed car in between one of those. So 2 services with my current car and one with the last one with my last car. Did you know your rear wiper is a bit noisy? And I'm like, not really, but why would I want to change it 30, 40 quid or whatever the dealership want to charge? You got to be kidding me. Noisy wiper. I mean, let's face it, you don't have your rear wipers on continuously, do you? I don't anyway. I might be an outlier. I'm with you, Deborah Speller. I've not seen a tyre change before. Let's hope they've got some spares rather than what do they do now with cars? Give you some kind of aerosol with some foam that you fill it up with, which kind of wrecks the tyre then, doesn't it? Because it ain't repairable. I'd much rather have a new wheel in the back.
Spares, yeah.
You know, yes, it's a bit of a faff, but you know where you stand.
It's a lot safer as well, probably. So I wonder if that'll go out on time now.
Sorry?
I wonder if that'll leave on time now.
I was wondering that because I'm thinking, I mean,
take the whole thing off, put a new one back on, and everything.
our van's moved now as well, so we've got a slightly better view.
Yeah, there is a guy on his knees bending down for like a spanner and all that. Or a big spanner.
Sorry folks, I'm just trying to get a steady position to lock it at. There we go. We'll see how that unfolds for the minute. Remold, says Trevor Russell. I know margins are tight in aviation, but I can't see him going for remolds. I tell you what though, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for the conversation that's taking place now around this. Because the other question is, I know you don't laugh at me in the chat, but how do you get the extra elevation up when you're down on the tarmac like this to actually get the wheel off? Is it like a
big jack that you jack it up with?
Yeah, I just see if I can get. I mean, you'd think so. You can't just yank it off, but is that what that is? There is. I can see something between the two wheels.
Oh yes.
I don't know. That's like a
chock, do you reckon?
Could be.
That guy on the left is definitely doing something, isn't he?
So yeah, I think going back to your original question, I think that I can't see that going out on time.
No. Landed half an hour though.
Pressure's on though.
Yeah. Got the Jet 2 about.
Trevor Russell, don't forget the dust cap on the valve. I don't know how many of those over the years I've forgotten.
Well, he's shown 3 PM for his departure. 3 PM for him.
Where's he going?
Bodrum.
Bodrum. I suppose the thing is, while they're changing this, they're doing everything else.
Yeah.
They were definitely reprovisioning it, so maybe they'll be okay.
I'd love to see the new wheel that they put on.
Yeah. I have to be honest, when all the fire engines came in and obscured the view really, I couldn't decide if that was actually tactical as much as parking up. Because they literally parked across, squirted off a bit of water, not at the aircraft. It was almost like created its own little...
Like curtain?
Curtain, yeah.
Oh, the sun's coming out now.
Oh, we had it earlier on. I even put my sun cream on earlier on, which is usually the kiss of death. Lloyd Bell says getting a bit of WD-40 on it. There's not much that WD-40 won't fix.
Jet 2.
So let's have a look. Yorkshire Biker says assumes the suspension is hydraulic. Yeah, I would agree. So they must be able to lift the wheel up. Les, they'll have a jack in the boot under the spare wheel. Ah, but we don't have a spare wheel, do we? Where do these carry their own spare wheel in the hold?
No, they'll be in the airport probably.
They literally be on the inventory at the airport.
Yeah, I would guess so.
So if you've not got a base of operations there...
I know the A380s have 2 tins in them for maintenance stuff, for high fly, but I don't know any of the operators. Because I'd imagine the wheel would put some extra weight in, that would mean more fuel burn and more...
Well, that's true. It's just...
Weight saving, really.
It's the same in principle as leaving a load of stuff in your boot of your car and just driving around. You
don't need in it,
Yeah, you're paying for the privilege, aren't you?
That's it. There's a Jet 2 on the finals.
Okay, here we go. Thanks, chap. So, next plane in is a Jet 2 in the jet2.com livery, inbound from Palma de Mallorca. This aircraft, 16 years of age, Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo uniform, is going to be with you in small minutes. 1 minute, having been in the air for about 2 hours 43 minutes. Straining on my tiptoes. Can't remember if I finished leveling this tripod up. Did I finish it? Not really.
Keep on sinking with the mud.
Everything sinks after a bit. You really think you've got it cracked.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Even this, I've had to move the board here because I kind of dropped nearly 2 inches. Because I keep moving around on the same spot.
Yeah. And there's no horse.
Sorry?
The horse isn't here.
No, I think he's gone.
Hopefully.
There's no manure anywhere or anything. I think
There's a bit down there.
Oh.
But it looks old.
Yeah, I think
a week old or so.
I think he's gone.
Fingers crossed.
To be fair, there wasn't much else left to eat here, was there?
It's all gone.
I mean, it is literally all gone.
Yeah, he's done his job over the winter, now he's gone for this one.
Here we go, folks. Next arrival, seconds away. think Jack's right. I think the sun has returned. I can actually feel a bit of warmth.
Can I leave my bag there for you to go to the lights get the Emirates?
Sorry?
Can I leave my bag there to go to the lights?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Like about 10 minutes.
No, I'll be here for way longer, so you don't rush. I can see we've got a Ryanair push back over on the far side as well, so that'll be our next departure. Dopey Gulp, thank you so much for your help today, mate. Have a great rest of day, and thank you so much, buddy, for helping us and, you know, being part of it all. Really appreciate it, buddy. So next departure is a Ryanair 737 MAX 8, currently showing to NA, aka Nels Air Hub. In fact, let's just show you what I can see. So as you can see, it is pushed back and turned. While we await for a bit more exposure on that, let's see what we've got over here. That recently arrived ERJ 145 from Stavanger, just sat neatly in front of the FedEx 737, and a whole pile of provisioning ready for the 737 that is due in about 10 minutes. Paul Turk, good afternoon, Paul. Welcome to the show. So next arrival is another EasyJet inbound from Prague. That aircraft is 15 years of age and currently just over 1,000 feet. Couple of minutes out, having been in the air just shy of 2 hours. So that's your next arrival. And just checking in with our 777. Says 2 minutes out, says flight radar. So 11 years of age, that triple. So currently it is south of Corbridge. So I think personally over 3 or 4 minutes on that. However, Jet 2, imminent. You can hear it, you can feel it. Plenty of load on the rubber there. Sorry folks, I'm just making another adjustment. We'll get back to that in a minute. It's less of a paddy field, but for some reason everything feels sinkier. Proving tricky-ish. DMC 22, good afternoon. Hope you're keeping well. Right, I'm sorted. Thank you for bearing with it. See, I think tomorrow will be largely spent clearing the mud off my tripod and my broadcast table and everything. It's proper gluey stuff. Right, there's our Ryanair departure. We'll pick that one up in a minute. So the Emirates triple, imminent team, absolutely imminent. Kind of on my tiptoes, trying to look through the hedge to see its lights. I'd expect it to be visible about now, to be fair. Currently at 1,300 feet. I'm just going to put the camera on this Ryanair departure. Still showing NA for the destination on my flight radar, my edition. Sue Crew says, Emirates incoming. You know it, Sue. Oop. I can hear it. Can't see it, but I can hear it. Here she comes. Hold on tight. Wow. The backdraft off that was something else. We got a good one today. Literally lifted the tripod out the mud. As soon as that vacates, the Ryanair 737 is going to get to go. Just exiting the runway now. Ryanair's got a wriggle on. Plane of the day says Audrey McDonald, Les Donaldson, Dopey Gorp, Mark Sanderson, Sarah Louise, Yorkshire Biker. Don't know if I can go further up before this plane starts moving. Right, Triple's on the taxiway now. That was a hell of a draft as that came over though, hell of a draft. For a moment, my instinct was we were going to pick up a tail strike there. So next inbound for us is the Eastern Airways operated Embraer 170, is it? I think it's a 70, yeah. Inbound from Amsterdam, delayed best part of an hour. Small minutes away, so that's your next arrival as we watch this gargantuan aircraft make its way to its gate. Takes no prisoners, does it? Only 11 years of age, so a bit of a teenager I think for a long hauler. Of course, there's an awful lot of publicity at the minute, isn't there, about the alleged safety issues around the 787 and 777 programs, various whistleblowers and denials from Boeing and so on and so forth. Whatever the truth of it all is, you have to say, as a brand, when did it all go so wrong for Boeing? Caught a hell of a draft off that triple when it came over.
Underneath it, right? So literally straight under it.
I bet that's a cracking shot. Do you post on the Facebook group?
Instagram.
Oh, you Insta,
yeah. And as soon as it went over, about 5 seconds later, you could hear the whoosh off.
Yeah, that's
you could feel it.
It moves the tripod.
That was the guy started next to us, and he went, whoa.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's like it's almost as quiet for a moment, and then
yeah, calm before the storm.
Exactly that. Right, next plane is about a minute away. So this Embraer 170 inbound from Amsterdam. It's a KLM wet lease that's been delivered by Eastern Airways. It's 19 years of age. This Embraer 170 long range, departed about an hour ago. Quite a pleasant flight, Amsterdam. Here we go. Yeah, that wind is definitely picking back up. I was just wondering if I could put the shotgun mic on, but I think that would be ill-advised. I think with a northerly wind running over the top of it, it would just make too much background noise. And as we've tried that one this morning, I can't see the point in revisiting it. Can't take your hands off anything. The wind soon moves it. Stuart Donnelly. Good afternoon, Stuart. All well at this end, mate. Remember, the party starts at Plain Sailing Aviation when you get here. So, all is cool, man. So, what else is hoving into view for us? Loganair inbound from, no, departing, not inbound, Aberdeen. The Aberdeen departure is transponding away cheerily. Next arrival for us is a Jet 2 from Faro, which is a couple of minutes out. Minute out, going to flight radar. Aircraft a 737-800, 7 years of age, and that's the jet2.com livery. As we track in with the second Casper the Ghost livery we've seen in today's show. Ascend Airways being the other. Earlier on in the show, came through here briefly on a acceptance and training flight. Left it as long as I dare. We'll pick that one up in a minute because the recently arrived Embraer is going to be much closer to shot. As you can see from the windsock, it's still doing a bit. Going to a front gate. Loganair is vacating gate 1, but I've got a hunch this is going to 6. No, not going to gate 6. There's the Aberdeen flight, inching its way out. Thanks, there's Donaldson. It's always an interesting proposition filming 07 arrivals. They're on you fast and furious, but there's nothing like the 777 coming in. You know, especially if you've got a wind like we've got today, you're going to get a good blast, and it kind of makes you feel alive, to be honest. I think since we've been doing this, I've had a couple of good 777 moments where the backdraft has just been awesome. I think once I got a fold-up chair here that it sent flying. what that felt like in the cabin. So next arrival is our Eurowings baby bus, an A319 from Dusseldorf, aircraft being 15 years of age, with us any minute now, exactly as Trevor Russell calls it. I just spotted that in the chat. Now the hedges are starting to leaf up a bit, it's proving a little bit more of a... Here we go, just seen a headlight. You know what I mean. One of the best landings I've seen today. So we should get to see that go out again. Where are we now? 2:05. So continuity and all the rest of it, all things being equal, we will try and run through till about 3:30, thereabouts. Do us a favour, Jack, if you wouldn't mind. Next time you're taking a picture, would you mind taking a picture of me while I'm doing what I do?
Yeah.
Just next time you're over there.
I'll go back partway if you want and get the plane behind you next time.
If it works for you, it works for me. I'd appreciate that,
No
because you
worries.
never get to do your own things, do you?
Yeah. Happy with that.
Thanks, buddy. What's your Insta page anyway?
Newcastle.avgeek.
Tell you what, you want to say it to the mic so folks can hear?
Newcastle.avgeek.
There you go, folks. Those of you who like Insta, check Jack's page out and see what he's got.
4 minutes. Easy.
4 minutes, right, roger that. Just check my hat straight. It usually isn't. So good afternoon and welcome, of course, to anybody that has just joined the stream. Obviously Friday being Friday, people are coming and going. Hope the day's been a good one for you so far. And this is just a great moment to kick back, watch the planes and yeah, chill out in company. Welcome to Newcastle. All things clearly possible today on the weather front. It's still brightish with some pretty dire looking clouds here and there.
Make for a good photo.
Would it?
Yeah. I'll go get ready.
Excellent, thanks Jack. Good sport. So our next arrival is, crikey, it's a good service, is Newcastle Bristol, and that is the inbound EasyJet 320 Neo from Bristol. What we got? Golf, Uniform Zulu, Hotel Bravo. Inbound aircraft, 6 years of age, currently at 2,625 feet and dropping. And there was something about Bristol and this service that was at the back of my head, so I'll check my notes later. Rhondda Bridge, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And you've just seen your sister's flight from Palma. Awesome. Hope you had a cracking time. Bit of sunshine and all that. Goes a long, long way, doesn't it? Let's just get the big one, little one kind of shot going on there. Embraer 170, framed by the much bigger Emirates triple. Rab H back in the house. Oops, what can I hear? It's the strangest thing acoustically, because obviously I've got my headset on. It's a very windy day, so the ambient noise is pretty relentless. Those fire trucks that we saw earlier on that all went off towards the Bizjet park, it's kind of weird. They are 1, 2, 3, can't see the fourth, but I'm rather surprised that they're not back in the station. I do love this Eurowings livery. It is a favourite of mine. Not at the top of the list, but it's a favourite. There's the ops team, bottom left corner of the shot, ready to do their thing. Get it chopped up and steps up and so forth. Ah, Rab's got his fish supper. It's Friday, isn't it? Fish supper Friday. Yeah, that's got to be very motivational, Rab. It worked for me. Definitely. Right, here we go. Inbound Bristol flight, courtesy of EasyJet. That's your next plane. A Neo. Way. Jeez. That was a good draft. From a little 320, literally took the tripod out the mud. Trying to keep this thing level was proving to be a task and a half. How did we do?
How did we do?
Oh, nicely done.
I can put my little lamp on if I want.
Sorry?
I could get a closer one as well if you like.
Only if it's no trouble. Do what you've got to do for your own collection.
The departures. For the landings, I don't mind.
I think we'll pick that one up in a minute. Let's just go to the deboarding action on that Eurowings arrival. Stairs are being titillated into position. Bit of shuffling going on there. Left a bit, right a bit. Oh, it's like some sort of display, choreographed, like those synchronised swimmers. Chance for a quick chug of water, I think. Sorry if it sounds like I'm enjoying that a bit too much. Probably because I am, in truth. We're doing get the back doors open first. Doesn't sound like it, does it? But yeah, he's knocking the back door. Stairs aren't attached to the front. There we go. No deliveries today. We take an Amazon parcel for your neighbour. So our next arrival is courtesy of Chewy, and that is an inbound 737, and I think that's an 800. Yeah, it's an 800 in from Enfida. That's going to be with you in small minutes. Currently at 3,600 feet, and that is to the west of, well, southwest of Heading on the Wall. So what do we reckon? What does flight radar reckon? 2 minutes. Time to get your kettle on. Get your kettle on. Make sure you're staying caffeinated, team. Aviation, live stream aviation should always be enjoyed with a caffeinated drink. Or an alcoholic one, depending on what your day's doing. We'll ride with this inbound EasyJet from Bristol. Alright, what's going on in the foreground? So our Chewy arrival is, let's have a look, it's not going to be visible yet, probably about another 30 seconds on that one. It was like an episode of MasterChef when you got things on the hob and you're thinking, oh, 30 seconds on this and a minute on that. Of course I can't cook for toffee, so I'm imagining that's what you think. So what we've got coming up the track behind that Chewy, it's a bit of weather watching. Jet 2 from Malaga is the plane behind that, so 2 arrivals in fairly short order. Les, grumpy Chewy inbound. Not quite a smiley dolphin, is it? Well, they look less grumpy when the sun shines on them. Hey up, procession of fire trucks. So they were parked up on the access to the Bizjet park. Now they're taking a back to the station as fast as you can manage in second gear kind of journey. Jostling for position as they round the hairpin. Where the fourth truck end up, I don't know. Right, inbound plane. Let's do the planes. Plenty of rubber there. Looks like he's going to roll out full distance. Yorkshire Biker has that chewy emoji deployed. Fire trucks now just standing waiting. I'm guessing they're going to have to wait for this arrival to clear the taxiway. So Jet 2 next in, about a minute away I think for us, inbound from Malaga. Aircraft being 24 years of age, currently at 2,350 feet, 737-800, been in the air about 3 hours, give or take. And where's my Chewy gone? To be honest, you'd have thought the fire trucks, if they'd put their foot down, could have easily made it back. But I guess ATC are keeping a disciplined, understandably so, approach to all such things. I don't think they're staying out because they think they're needed for this plane. Kind of pointing the wrong way. Well, I suppose it depends what they thought they were going to have to do. But if they were going to be waiting for it at the terminal, they're pointing the wrong way. Good afternoon, Adrian Orford Peace. How you doing, Adrian? Hope you're keeping well, pal. So as always folks, gentle plea on likes. Likes make the YouTube world go round. So if folks are enjoying the show, want to support a small channel, smash the like button. And if you're not yet subscribed to us, we'd love to have you with us. Both are entirely free, so it's kind of win-win really. But it definitely helps our product to get promoted by YouTube. And we kind of run as a not-profit channel anyway, so every bit helps. Ooh. Set that down like he meant it. inbound Chewy is moving remarkably slowly, particularly when there's another plane that's going to be catching it up very quickly. John Driscoll, good afternoon, John. Welcome to Newcastle International Airport, my friend. What we've got going on in the foreground? Runway check. You'll see it come through the left side of the shot in a minute. No. Oh yes. Away we go. We'll stay with the plane. If that vehicle stops for anything, I'll go back to it in case there's something that has been reported in. So I'm just wondering aloud what time the triple is due out, whether that will fall into our potential runtime window. We'll see. Looks like the Emirates A380 is going to overfly, probably to the east of us actually, but cloud cover is just going to spoil that opportunity, unfortunately. Eastern Airways are clearly going to be turning this Embraer 170 around quickly. So it looks like the 380 is directly above us, and no, I can't even find a little bit of blue to dial you into. Sorry team. You're showing your age, Les Donaldson. And mine as well by proxy. Pew Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble and Grub. Oh dear. Trumpton. If you're watching the show and you don't know what Trumpton is, or Camberwick Green for that matter, what was the other one? Chigley. Take the stick with Trumpton. Just Google it. You'll find it on YouTube somewhere. Captain Snort from Pippin Fort. I'm just going to jiggle a bit of power around, so bear with me team. Hopefully without creating a technical drama. Yay, I think I might have done it. Still boarding that flight to Amsterdam. Which is not a particularly big aircraft, but I'm going to guess that's a full flight. Good afternoon, Aviation Adam. How goes it? And Britannia 079. Hello. Yorkshire biker remembers Windy Miller. Absolutely. He liked to live dangerously, didn't he? Adrian All for Peace loves a bit of Trumpton. Who didn't? Keith Cornell, Captain Flack. Oh dear. Kids today don't know what they're missing, do they? My granddaughter's a bit young for that sort of thing, but when she's about 3 or 4, I think I'm going to show her a couple of these clips. I've got a feeling she'll be decidedly unimpressed. Right, EasyJet is transponding away for Bristol. So that's all good. In fact, it kind of reminds me there is something I was going to mention about that one. So we often on this show do a bit of a guess the fare kind of competition. It's not a competition, but you know, just for interest. And today I'm thinking EasyJet to Bristol. What do you reckon, folks, for the cheapest seat on the plane? What would you be paying one way? Just throw that one out there. Right, Adrian All for Peace opens a bidding at £25. But that would be, as they say in these parts, a pretty canny price. £25. I think I'd take myself there to see what I might find. No, it's north of that, my friend. North of that. Switching horses, Britannia 079 watched a clip of Mr. Ben the other day. I used to love Mr. Ben. I love the idea that you could put on a outfit or a uniform and just be somebody else. Absolutely amazing. Although, do you remember Joe 90? That used to be sitting that like a I used to think of it as a budgie cage, a twirling budgie cage, and they'd program his brain with whoever it was they wanted him to be. I haven't watched that for too many years, but Les Donaldson. Are you watching this on another screen? Trumpton, PC McGarry. Number 650. I thought he was 452. PC McGarry, definitely. PC McGarry number 452. Or in my head. Martin Batchelor, good afternoon first and foremost, Martin. Your granddaughter Eleanor. Hi Eleanor. This is Mark. Pleased to meet you. Loves watching the stream. She's 2.5. My granddaughter's just approaching 2. And she loves watching the stream as well, so already tells me. Keith Cornell, Joe 90 was a spy, yes. To be fair, out of all those kind of puppet shows, if you like, Captain Scarlet was it for me, followed by Thunderbirds, followed by Stingray, followed by Joe 90. Sarah Louise, trust me, I'll have to pop some of these into a post and you can Google them up. You can see what it was like to be a child of the 70s in the UK. Looks like they've finished underneath there with their tyre repair. Yeah, of course they have. those fire trucks are still parked up. Let's just pan the camera, folks. It's like they've got the decorators in down at the station or something, or the auditors, and they don't want to be in, still out on a shout. Can't think of a godly reason why they would be parked there, pointing down the taxiway. But hey ho, EasyJet hasn't yet pushed back, so back to the pricing. So I think we had Adrian Orford Peace 25, Yorkshire Biker 60, and I thought I saw a revised one from Adrian, but let's have a look. Let's have a look. Adrian's upped his to 90. Now, I've never flown with EasyJet, but I do plan to go to Amsterdam with them when they open the Newcastle route in September. Quite fancy seeing how that goes. Hopefully KLM will respond in kind, because I like KLM, but wouldn't do any harm to shave a little bit off the ticket price. Right, let's... Kenji, good afternoon to Kenji. These are the Cadbury's trucks. Trucks, Ken. It is quite a distinctive colour scheme we have here. Eve Buckley, good afternoon to you. Training maybe? I think it's got to be something in that kind of window now, hasn't it? I don't think there's a live situation that they are attempting to cover from here. So back to the ticket price. I'll close that one down while I think about it. £137.99p, so north of everybody's guesses. But check this out, if you went on the train similar times, and you'd need 2 changes, and that includes the underground in central London, £132. So go figure. What? Come back. Go figure, you know, a 1 hour flight plus perhaps 2 hours. Looks like the fire trucks are moving, they've broken cover. Well, one of them has. Get the kettle on. You get the kettle on and we'll be along in a bit. So yeah, similar money, 137.99 plays 132.20, but of course it's a 1 hour flight plus your security consideration versus a 5 hour train journey. I reckon, I don't know why anyone would do it on the train, if I'm honest. I was expecting, when I looked it up, a cheaper price, to be honest. I kind of figured 80 quid maybe. I think the days of 25, 35, 40 quid are pretty much done. Cripes, this looks like a full flight as well, doesn't it? Now, I have flown Eurowings before and it was actually alright. This is what you get. But you're right, Yorkshire Biker, train prices are crazy because, let's face it, their timekeeping's not great. If you have to change trains, it's a pain in the backside. Good afternoon, Daniel Watkins. Good afternoon too as well to Aidan, new subscriber to the channel and loving the show, making Friday afternoon better. Thank you, Aidan. It's my pleasure to be able to share the action with you. It's always an interesting proposition when you're covering regional airports. You know, there's a great mix of action, and Newcastle's particularly good for that. But there's always that sense you just don't know what you're going to get on any given day. The beauty of today is, so far, it's been quite dry. The majors flew from Bristol to Newcastle 4 years ago and they were fine, excellent. Because it is a decent journey, isn't it? If you were to drive it, it would take you a blinking long time, probably what, several hours, I would have thought. Sarah Louise asks, are there fast trains like the TGV? It's a bit of a thorny issue really, Sarah, in the UK. We don't really have a high-speed rail network in the way that you would know in France or the Spanish and other countries have. We've got all kinds of wrangling in this country going on about high speed 2, I think it is at the minute. So I think they might be building high speed 1 between, is it London and Birmingham? And then where it goes from Birmingham, they'll probably be arguing about when I'm dead and in the ground. We don't do big infrastructure particularly well. Eve Buckley, the Emirates landed around 2:15, so quite a bit later than it would usually be. We probably won't get to see it depart. I'm not sure on that one, if I'm absolutely honest. We'll see. They generally turn it round in about 2 hours. That will push it to 4 o'clock or thereabouts. And I suppose if you add a bit more time on, if you've missed your slot, you tend to be at the back of everybody's queue. Oh, the other fire trucks are moving. Look at that. Are they moving or are they coming back? They're splitting. No. They're out on patrol. Perhaps the heating's broken down back at the station. So plenty of action lined up in the blocks for us. Michelle Johnson, good afternoon, Michelle. How goes it? Kenji, you're exactly right. You know, at the end of the day, whatever your travel plans are, what suits you best is what it is. But I think relatively, I think this particular example, unscientific as it is, kind of illustrates that train journeys are, as Yorkshire Biker was saying, in my humble view anyway, overpriced. Of course, if you don't like flying, then it's, you know, that's fine too, isn't it? It's a decent alternative. Tony McCall, good afternoon, Tony. Hope you're keeping well. I'm shipshape and Bristol fashion at this end. Was a bit cold earlier on. That moment's passed. It is cold here, but I've kind of gone through that feeling cold. But no, in good shape, mate. Hope you are too. To be fair, Adrian, all for peace, I'm not sure here in the UK whether we're not deliberately not good at infrastructure because we can't afford it, or I don't know. It's head-spinning stuff. Like I say, we don't do politics with this channel, but it doesn't seem to be anything that we're particularly good at. Oh, Britannia 079 says Emirates estimated 1524. Now, if I can husband all the juice in the right combinations, let's do it. Tony, I think the horse has been relocated. There's no visible sign. I was saying earlier on, there's no fresh manure. I've been here now 2 or 3 times and not seen him. I think he's gone somewhere else. But to be fair, there's blow-all grazing left for him. I mean, he spent the winter eating this field, and a lot of where the camera is, particularly as I rotate it around here, was quite high grass in places. Also, the horse has ate the lot. Looks like that Eurowings is, well, boarded. Look, they're drawing the stairs off the back. I think that's going to push back very, very shortly indeed. Alison Tidy, good afternoon to you, Alison Tidy. Hope you're having a good Friday. Kenji makes an interesting point about what we have in the UK compared to the US. It is interesting, isn't it? The one thing I think that's fundamentally different, though, is we're a very small country here. I guess we probably should be better with the kind of size of the country we are. We're a wealthy nation, relatively, and a small country. But yes, it is what it is. Ian Child, good afternoon, Ian. And you were £76 round trip, so no, you were quite a way south on that one. Oops. Eastern Airways have pushed back for their return jaunt to Amsterdam. So that looks like that's going to be our next departure. Yeah, Michelle Johnson, big hug from me as well. You know, a lot of hugs, a lot of love going on the channel. That's excellent. Ooh, I've just seen the rest of your message. I saw the front bits about the cold and the lack of sleep. Lost your crafting friend yesterday. Michelle, so sorry. That bites. Well, you're in good company here, lots of friends, lots of love. Patricia Finn, good afternoon to you. Glad you're enjoying the feed. And hello to Icon. Good evening in Melbourne, Australia. Good evening to you, Icon. Hope you're having a great time. Alison, are you at work? Alison Tidy, it's 5 p.m, the moment where you come out the door like a, I don't know, a greyhound out of the trap. I used to think 3:30 through 3 till about 5 was the hardest thing on a Friday. I can't ever say that I delivered much good work during that period relative to the rest of the week. It's almost like, oh, what's going on there? Is that a helicopter? Taking an interesting route. Right, the Embraer's moving, so chopper time over. Alibi 58, awesome support, mate. I hope we've not drained you too much out of with today's show. Get some Zeds in, get some rest, stay well, mate. Hope to see you Sunday on the social. If I had a better camera, Lloyd, I'd take a picture of it and see if Flight Radar will put my picture up of a published piece of work. I don't think a frame grab's going to cut it though. That's me just firing one off, so I just paused you momentarily. Not for Flight Radar 24, but just for my own Facebook page. You were just saying in the chat that the Flight Radar picture hasn't got the Eastern sticker on it. You might want to send your pic in.
Has it not? Oh.
Check it out. Right, Jet 2 look like they are stepping up to give us the next bit of action. Icon, what are you doing tomorrow? Do tell before you go. Sounds like you're getting married. Yeah, I think you're right. Yorkshire bike, I'll just slap a little sticker on a otherwise white plane. Doesn't make a livery, does it? So good afternoon to everybody that is in the stream at the minute. Anyone that's just joined us, I'm Mark here at Newcastle. Having a corking time, watching the planes. Looks like we have a couple of Hawks tracking up the south, up the east coast, currently at South Shields. Be awfully sporting if they came this way. Plane you were looking at, shortly to depart for Lanzarote. And I think the EasyJet return flight to Bristol won't be far behind it. So we are in a decent passage of play. Although it's getting pretty gloomy. Thank you, Yorkshire Biker, for confirming we are close to 200 likes. I have no clue, I can't see at all on this screen how many likes I've got up, so I do appreciate that. So let me know, mate, when we hit 200. Les says the Hawk's at 15,000 feet, unfortunately. Yeah, it was probably a long odds for us, but so Eurowings pushing back as well. So I think we are into a flurry of departures, at least 3 back to back, 10 to 3. I think that will get us through to the Emirates departure. Didn't we say that was due out about 20 past 3? I cannot wait for that. 07 with a 777 blasting away in front of us. Yeah, I'll have a piece of that. Yorkshire Biker asks about the Hawks. I'm not sure. Are they leaving bar or Teesside? Looks like we've got a very natty little turboprop coming out. A Vans RV7A. Don't know if folks have spotted that in the chat. Golf Uniform Kilo Romeo Victor. He's transponding. I'm hoping it's not a maintenance startup. Looks quite... I don't think I've ever seen one of these before. A Vans RV7A. Keith Cornell, thanks buddy. 7 likes from 200. Fantastic support team. Fantastic. I better keep a watch out for that, because the little tiddler that I've just been referring to will cut a very low figure. Oh, here we go. Lanzarote Express is rolling. 200's up. Excellent, thanks Yorkshire Biker. Les Donaldson, thank you both of you. And thank you to everybody that hit that like button. It makes such a difference to us, so thank you so much. Be nice if we could get somewhere near 250 by show close, but to be honest with you, it is what it is. Here we go. I'm to keep trimming that rudder. Not surprising with a northerly wind. Bit hazy now, I can see. But, up we go. There's me wondering if the wind was subsiding. Oh dear, Yorkshire Biker with a Jet 2 emoji. A pair of Jet 2 emojis. Well, that little jet I was on about, or turboprop, I wasn't quite sure what it was actually. It has switched off now, so I think that was a startup. An engineer startup. What is moving is this A319. Right, it's holding, so why is it holding? Nothing on finals, so that's first base covered. Looks like the Jet 2 departure to Bristol has pushed back and is turning. That'll be out next after this. Thank you, Keith Cornell. I'm loving your fireworks, mate. Fantastic. Bye-sy bye. Right, up next, Jet 2. Oh, Jet 2, EasyJet. I'm looking at Jet 2. I'm sugar deprived. Let me show you what I was distracted by. This one that's off to Bodrum. Rushing. Oh, that little toy plane, the Vans RV7A, is transponding again. Oh, sugar, I can see it. So it's a turboprop. Shame I didn't catch it coming out, but it's so low slung it wouldn't have caught the eye anyway. EasyJet lining up, but it ain't going nowhere till this goes. It's like a little stunt plane. I don't take the camera off it because if I do, it'll move. Good afternoon, Carol Ann. Welcome to the live stream at Newcastle International Airport. I think we can definitely say this is the tiddler of the day. I can't see there's going to be much that's going to out-tiddler it. I think we're off. Whee! Yeah, I'll let him go. He's jetting the blocks next. Jet 2 behind that. So that little plane got a lot of turboprop emoji action. Yorkshire biker Deborah Speller, Andy Taylor, good afternoon Andy Taylor, HGC, Sarah Louise and Les Donaldson. Oh, and we're off. Right, up next, this one. Moving very gently to the start line. Waiting to drop the hammer. Peter Muller, good afternoon Peter. Welcome to the Friday stream from Newcastle International Airport. I'm Mark, pleased to be in your company buddy. Looking at a Jet 2 737 off to, I think, Bodrum. Sticks in my head. Of course, this is the aircraft. We think they changed the tyre on shortly after it arrived from Alicante, I think it was, wasn't it? Ooh, I've got a bit of warm air off the engine there. Very nice. So that's going to be a bit hazy for you at that end of the runway. I'm just going to rest up there for the minute. Steve Creed. Good afternoon, Steve Creed. Welcome to Newcastle. Right, what's happening next for us? Let's find out what's going on with the delayed departure for the Emirates 777. Steps are still at the back, aren't they? But doors closed, so I think they are going to be pushing back pretty imminently. That person down there in the high-vis bib looks like they are ready and set up to pounce. Good afternoon, the big right hand. Welcome back to plain sailing, mate. Hope you're keeping well. Hope Friday has been a good one. Right, I'm just trying to get my cold fingers to scroll this correctly. So the Emirates departure was scheduled for 5 minutes past 2, rescheduled in reflection of its late arrival to 24 minutes past 3. So we're pretty much there. 16 minutes till this baby goes. Do apologise, I'm just swapping leads around. It might make a bit more of a rustle. Just sharing the power as best I can. So I think we'll stay on air probably till about 3:30. We'll just see what the action looks like from a continuity point of view. We might stretch out to 3:45. If the planes aren't flowing, we'll pack it up. Nick Gray, you know it, mate. Still going strong. Strong might be overstretching it a bit. It's just been, you know, one of those. I just find it so addictive watching the planes, to be honest. It's not t-shirt weather, mind you, but we've been out in worse, definitely. It's just that spring seems to have forsaken us. Fuel truck's still there, so hopefully they are towards the back end of gassing that baby up. Just going to have a quick look at the arrivals picture because it'll help with the forward planning for the back end of the show, won't it? So what's the prognosis? There's a few delayed planes actually that were due in around now. So Ryanair were due in from Dublin. That's now looking, they were due in at 10 past 3, now 20 to 4. Jet 2 from Rome, that's going to be 3:30 rather than 10 past 3. KLM from Amsterdam, 4 o'clock. There's quite a few delays. I wonder if there's anything affecting Central European airspace, because these are coming from all different places. I think we'll be finished by 4 o'clock looking at that. Because the 10 past 4 Ryanair is delayed till 4:30. Let's see what the departures scene looks like. Jet 2 have an Antalya departure due out. What time's that due out? 3:15. I think that's that one. See that little tail sticking out over the 777's fuselage. So I think that Jet 2 that you can see a piece of, the Emirates that hogs the foreground, they are the next departures for us and the only departures this side of 3:30, I think. It's a good question, there's Donaldson. How many club card points are they going to get for all that fuel? I'm certainly glad it's not going on my credit card. Come on, fuel guys. Let's get gassed and gone. I wondered why they'd left the stairs in proximity to the back of the plane. Of course, they've got to consider the risk in terms of evacuation and so forth. It's an interesting question, Kenji, isn't it? You'd like to imagine there's another tanker the other side, but there's not. I can't see it. Oh, yeah. Lloyd Bell, you're a great mate to the channel. I've just seen you've gifted a second membership of the show, which has gone to XC Guard Tim. Lloyd, fireworks for you, mate. Let's do it. And Dabby Dozy support. Thank you so much, mate. Well, the Jet 2 Antalya flight is not flagging late.
It's just requested pushback.
They just requested, have they?
Yeah.
Jack's just telling me they've requested pushback, so that is going to be the next thing you're going to see, a Jet 2. And then this great big 777 should have got its gas and should be ready to go. Just can't wait for that. Nippy, innit?
Nice warm cup of tea.
That's what I'm thinking about. Cup of tea and a biscuit. I always I'm the same. So back to the chat. Radu Nutter. Hello to you, Radu. It is chilly. It really is. Just saying to Jack, who's standing to the left of me, just how cold it is. When we had the sunshine, it weren't bad, was it?
Yeah.
You know, I even put a bit of sun cream on.
The wind's horrible.
I mean, to be fair, the sun cream rather serves as waterproofing, I reckon, because I don't think. Oh, I can see.
That's the Jet 2.
Oh, that's the Jet 2 that's going. So actually, the Jet 2 that I thought was going, that one, is in fact that one. Right. Random thought. Something I'd picked out of Airliners World, the May edition, and other people with a more encyclopedic memory will no doubt remember this, but Air France used to operate a Concorde. I saw a picture of it in Pepsi. So it used to, of course, it used to operate a Concorde, but in Pepsi colours. You remember that one?
Blue one.
The blue one.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'd forgotten all about that.
That's a nice livery.
I don't like it.
Really?
I genuinely thought, nah.
It stood out.
And they described it as an iconic livery, which it clearly must be if they're calling it that. But for me, I thought, geez, no, that's no good. It's like someone's found a spare pot of blue paint and they just slapped it all over it.
Yeah.
Obviously with a logo on the tail fin. But what do folks think? Anyone who can remember that plane? Was it one you liked? I thought it was a bit of vandalism in terms of, you know, a beautiful plane with an absolutely, my view, in case Pepsi are listening, shite livery on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Bit of controversy for the back end of the show. I was just flicking through it this morning, you know, trying to get my brain switched on. I thought, ooh, I don't remember that. And then I half remembered it, and anyway, by the by, it had literally gone out of my head. Right, where's that Jet 2? Can't have gone far. So the Antalya departure, I think, will be moving in seconds. That's my read. Lloyd, you're right. Language. Yeah, but bad language as that was, is that heresy to say that I found that Pepsi livery on a Concorde just... Pah! See, that's a better word, isn't it? I should have said pah in the first place. So, nah.
I go to stairs on Emirates.
Sorry?
Taking the
Oh,
stairs.
brilliant. Jack's just observed, some sharp eyes this young man, the stairs have been withdrawn, which can only mean they've stopped pumping gas, because there's no way they'd have taken the stairs away if there was still gas in.
Yeah.
So, looking good.
You call up in a second, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Jet 2 taxi into all 7.
Very good.
It's getting a bit warmer now. With the sun.
Yeah, because you got so cold, any sun will do. Oops, what's happening here? I think my touch screen on the encoder momentarily activated itself there. I got that screen that says, do you want to end the stream? No.
No.
No! Yeah, you're right. So, Deborah Speller for the swear box. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to gift a membership. That's my penance. God, you keep me under control. You really do. Membership gifting. Thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Review and agree. Yeah. One tap buy. Yeah. Somebody's getting a membership. My fine for being a potty mouth. Payment successful. Somebody's got it. Tablet's very, very slow, so the suspense is building. Richard Morgan, come on down. I don't know if you're watching the show, Richard Morgan, but uh-oh, something else is just blinking neck. Got to be careful here, because I'm going to get myself chucked out the chat too quickly if I'm... Crikey, that unleashed all kinds of mayhem. So when the gift dropped, it threw me off my split screen, chucked me out the chat. Anyway, that's my fine for being a foul-mouthed hellion. Next inbound appears to be a Jet 2 from Rome, 737-800, 15 years of age. It's been about 2 hours 41 minutes in its journey to us. I think by then this plane will have departed. Well, that kicked out a nice draft. What's going on in the foreground? Runway check, perhaps? Or donuts? Ranger 1 is operational. Is that a runway check?
Yeah.
Kind of shaping that way, wasn't it? I could hear the chatter in the background. Right. Fuel tanker, now noticeably absent from the shot. Just vacating the scene in the background. So we're gassed, stairs removed. I think the jet bridge is still attached. Oh, there's another tanker.
There's that much mud, it seems like heavy.
Sorry?
There's that much mud in my shoe.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, sugar. The clip-on mic has just fallen off and gone into the mud. So at least I didn't say a bad word. Jeez. There's a lot of mud. But Jack was just saying how muddy it is and how it sticks to everything. I literally pulled it off my coat. Well, the charging cable that is topping it up. Never mind, it'll come off. Hopefully. Got 2 or 3 things hot charging at the minute. Ilya Frolov. Is it Ilya Frolov? My attempt at your name. Good afternoon anyway. I'm Mark. Yeah, Ken, I think they're going to be gassed for the duration. Anyway, the other truck's vacating the scene. Small minutes, I think, before the jet bridge comes off. On final approach, we have a inbound Jet 2 in the classic jet2.com livery. That is going to be with us in a minute. The tanker's coming back just for top up. Ilya Frolov, it's my pleasure to meet you too. I don't think we've said hi in the chat before, but helicopter. Diddly-dee, chopper time. Whirly birds are in. Have to be quick. We've got Jet 2 inbound. Right, I'll keep us primed and ready for that Jet 2 coming in. Slate grey sky behind me, definitely. Tucked in behind that, we've also got a Ryanair on its way up the track from Dublin. Chopper time action from Yorkshire biker Les Donaldson and Sarah Louise. Sarah Louise says don't swear again or it'll cost me another membership. To be fair, when my clip-on, which had got a charging lead plugged in it, went into the mud, I was kind of lucky really. I didn't step on it accidentally in that instantaneous moment. Then I'd have used a very bad word, probably would have had to gift 100 memberships. Oop. I feel there's a plane coming in. I can see some lights. Not aliens. But yeah, it's murkier and darker that way. Bluer that way. It's a kind of ballet really, in terms of making sure at this end of the show that everything's getting the charge it needs. And I've just got my receipt through from YouTube as well, so that's good. Mark Cowper, good afternoon to you. My pleasure to be spending Friday afternoon with you all. It feels kind of strange to be at Newcastle still looking at the Emirates 777 at 3:30 of an afternoon. We should be on air till about 4 o'clock, I'm thinking. I think the action dries up after that. Adrian, all for peace. Pleasure to be in your company, buddy. So if the planes keep running, we'll keep the camera running, juice permitting, but if the planes dry up or the juice runs out first, then obviously we'll finish a bit sooner. We'll definitely be working to get the departure of the Emirates triple. Can't beat an Emirates triple, and with the 07 departure, we're going to be slap bang behind it when it sets off. Plenty of Jet A1. Probably take about 2 years off my life. Not sure I've got 2 years to be cavalier with, but hey ho. So as always folks, a gentle plea for likes. If you've yet to hit the like and you're enjoying the content and you want to help a small channel, just tap the like button. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Again, both things are free and help us a lot, particularly with the way that we are promoted by YouTube. Just felt the odd spot of rain there. Don't think the forecast is for rain at this end of the show, so Alexandra Wood, good afternoon Alexandra Wood. How goes it? Sorry Jack. I'll have a look in a minute. I think it's withdrawn. Watch along Leeds, good afternoon. Yeah, we're a small channel, mate. We're a minnow channel. But we try our best to be a fun minnow channel. Some great people, of course, in our community, and that makes such a difference. 11 to go to 250 likes, says Les. So if there's 11 people yet to exercise their like mandate, let's get north of 250. Be fantastic. Right, Ryanair are what, 5 minutes out with their delayed Dublin flight, a 737-800. What we're looking at, Echo India Delta Hotel Oscar, 18 years of age, inbound, having departed Dublin about 43 minutes ago. While we watched this, recently arrived Jet 2 tee up to the gate. The 777 is cheerfully transponding, so that's good. So, just waiting for the steps to be brought onto this Rome flight while we await the Ryanair Dublin arrival. Right eye very much trained on the Emirates 777, so as soon as we start seeing that pushback, we'll get the camera on it. Exactly, Audrey McDonald. Family fun stream. Never a dull moment. You're too kind. I think that's the polite way of saying I usually manage to create some kind of mayhem during the course of a 3, 4, 5 hour stream. Well, Radu Nutter, I really appreciate the point you made. That's the big thing about what we are. So we genuinely aren't wanting to be big, because that's not the arc that we are. Big enough, and a community that is fun to be part of, and you know, that's what we're after. That's our mission. Steps are going on.
We do can accommodate flight level 350
Emirates just went straight out. So he doesn't want to platforms to departure things.
Sorry?
Emirates is asking to go straight out departure. Not
Oh, right.
That's how I said no.
Okay. No hanging them out. Oh, I've just seen an act of fantastic generosity splashed into the channel and created a big wave of aura. Mark Cowper has very kindly gifted 5 plain sailing aviation memberships. Who's got? Melody R. Now we know Melody R, so excellent. Stu, Melon Pan 78, Greg Hubers, Lars Rasmussen. I think that's all 5, isn't it? I'm on a very small screen. I think watch along leads. Streaming is streaming is screaming. It's a hoot. Although a bit of warmer weather would be a treat and a half. Alexandra Wood, member for 12 months. In fact, let's go to Mark Cowper's fireworks. I keep looking for the inbound plane. I can't see it. So there you go. These are you, Mark. And Alexandra Wood's 12-month membership loyalty milestone has now arrived. She's got her gold badge. A pleasure to be part of this friendly community. It's a better community, Alexandra, with you in it, and of course you're a fantastic mod for the channel too. I think I can get the fireworks on. Let's give it a go. Uh-oh. Dive, dive, dive! hear that tailwind whipping through. Carl Shield, thanks for the heads up on the 250. 254 likes. Awesome team. For a minute, I didn't think I was going to get the fireworks off the screen fast enough. Oh dear. Oh, I was catching up with the chat. Carl's operation, I think, was saying is successful. Let's go back. That's good to know. Sorry, Carl, I've missed that in the chat. Surgery went well. Good stuff. So you'll be able to eat normally now then. So plane you're looking at, inbound from Dublin. Can't remember what time it was supposed to come in, but it's late. That 777 hasn't pushed back yet. So it looks like, yeah, I think we'll probably be a 4 o'clock finish at this rate of knots. I think the action will probably dry up at that point. Alexandra Wood, oh my lord. Thank you so much, Alexandra Wood. 5 memberships gifted to the channel. Fireworks on. Cue fireworks. Right, let's see who got them. Simon Kirby, Laura Maloney, Justine Hewitt, Gartley, Elias Lund. Excellent. Excellent stuff. I think we pretty much know everybody on that list as well. Right, looks like, I can't be certain, but that pretty much looks like a chewy tail fin that is pushing and turning on the far side. Let's just see if it is. It is. It's the departure to feeder, 737-800. What time was that due to go? It's a 12 years of age. Can't quite see its stated time of departure. Keeping the camera trained on the plane. Well, camera on the plane, spare eye on the Emirates triple. Nell W, good afternoon, Nell W. How goes it? Hoping you're at home now. Ooh, it's coming to one of the front gates, that's nice. Ooh, that doesn't sound good, Nell W. Colleague left yesterday on burnout. And I've just seen your 12-month celebratory message. On to another 12 amazing months. We'll do your fireworks in a second now. We'll just park this Ryanair up. The chewy departure to Infeeder is still stationary, as you can see on your screen at the minute. Dead centre now, you can see the distinctive blue tail fin. I think we'll let that one go. Let's get Nell's fireworks up. Where are we going to rest the camera? Here. Nell, thanks for your support. So back on the chat, Peter Muller says no new arrivals on the radar for the moment. Roger that, pal. We'll keep a watch on that horizon. It may be that the last action of the show is all departure from this end. We'll see. So Nell's 12 months and 3 days a member of Plain Sailing Aviation and has that distinctive gold badge. Yeah. All this excitement. Oh dear me. Thought it was spare. Just trying to remember where my next bottle of water was squirreled away. So, quite a bit transponding, or is that just because I've not got this set correctly? Right, Chewy is moving. Is it moving? It's there. Coming our way, so we're going to be up close and personal. I tell you what, the windsock has put a shift and a half in today. A chewy tail fin action from Les. Oh, why's my tablet going dark? That's not supposed to happen. Whew. Bit of a save there. Tablet just went from 15% to 5% to 2%. Bam. Just managed to get a lead in it. Carl Shield, take care, buddy. Hope to see you next time out. Justine Hewitt, good afternoon. Hope all is well with you, Justine. Here comes the draft. Astoundingly, the Emirates triple is still unmoved. So we're gassed up, doors are closed, dressed to go. Let's get back into the chat. Uh-oh. Thrown off the chat again momentarily. So that chewy departure brought some emoji action from Nick Gray and Nell W. And exactly, Alexandra Wood. And the point about the social, so if you are a member of Plain Sailing Aviation, we've got our online social, our late Easter social. This Sunday, 7 o'clock in the evening, UK time. Come along and join us, should be great fun. The one we did at Christmas was great fun, which is kind of why we thought we'd do it again with an Easter, a late Easter one. Jet 2 737 for Tenerife now pinging, says Alexandra Wood. Oh, good spot. Excellent. Jack at the side of me's got eagle eyes. That's the one.
Called up 10 minutes ago.
Sorry?
He has to go 10 minutes ago and had a cargo door not shut properly apparently.
Ah.
And then they were like, you gotta wait for Emirates.
Oh, crikey, a couple of Jet 2s going. It's a Jet 2 frenzy whilst we await the Emirates. So there's at least 3 to go, probably 4 before we actually close down, assuming I don't run out of any electricity. Just trying to work out what's currently powering my tablet at the minute, because I'm going to need every electron to get this through to show close. Although belt and braces, we'll just use the phone for the chat if we have to. So we've got another Jet 2 off to Heraklion, Crete, and that's not the one you're looking at. That's the one on screen at the minute is Tenerife. The Heraklion flight is, there you go, that one. And the meat in the Jet 2 sandwich, well, it's the Emirates 777. No W, latest Easter social. In our defence, the Madrid stream, we conceived that after we rescheduled, I think, the original date for the social. We're a bit of a fluid channel. We kind of decided that it would be quite a good thing to go and see what the action looked like in Madrid. But of course we came back from there absolutely knackered. And then Eddie, my son, for those who don't know who Eddie is, Emirates is getting a push. I'll get the camera to it as soon as it moves. Thanks, Jack. Right, alrighty. Right, 777 action. Hoping Dopey Gorp is back in the chat. He loves his triples. Deborah Speller, yes, it is almost electrically. I think we probably are running on fumes. I'd not bought enough kit with me to run. I really thought we'd be done at 3-4 hour mark, really. 4 at a pinch. So, that is a brute. No W. We could rebadge, couldn't we? We could say it's an early May Day social. No, we'll keep it Easter. Good afternoon, Alan Lee. Plenty of 777 emoji action. No W. Alexandra Wood. Plane of the day, says Alexandra. I did kind of pivot towards the Gulfstream 650 that we saw earlier in the show, but I'm melted by the sight of this plane. My plane of the day too. You're right, Keith Cornell. The reason that it's a late Easter social this Sunday, or one of the lates, is Eddie's. Right, Heraclean Jet 2 is going to cut its way to the front of the line, I think. Definitely the first to go. Bit more treble 7 from HGC and Les Donaldson and Audrey McDonald. Plane of the day with Audrey too. Is that 777? That one? Not this one. It's enjoying being at the head of the queue, isn't it? If that's getting a wriggle on, well. Jamie at 136, hello to you. Sarah Louise has finished the sewing, back in the chat, excellent. I'm thinking sewing and the chat would have just been like too risky. It certainly would if you imagine me doing any sewing and chatting. Welcome back. Oh, Yorkshire Biker, keeping me straight. KLM on short finals. Let's just see how short. Short. Yep, I've got it, got visual. You'll have visual too. So, what have we got here? That Jet 2 sandwich. Look what they're vectoring in on each other here. Bit of synchronised Jet 2ing. Michelle Johnson, I've just spotted a really kind stream, and to be honest, just didn't have to do it. You do so much for us. Thank you for today's stream to help everybody. Listen, Michelle, all our love to you. We'll do the fireworks in a minute. Some Kitten, good afternoon to you. You think you saw the Emirates landing while you were at school? Pretty cool. It's gorgeous. Crikey, everything is moving now, including the triple. fact, let's have this one. We'll pick up the Jet 2 in a minute. Good afternoon, Tabbing Khan. Can't remember if I said hi or not. Got excited. 274 likes. Audrey, you're right. Let's get 300. Anyone watching the show, help us to that goal. Audrey, you are spot on. Plenty of KLM emoji action for that recent arrival as well. Crikey, Alexandra Wood, Sarah Louise, Nick Gray, Nell W, HTC, Radu Nutter, Yorkshire Biker. Crikey. Here we go. Gonna let that one go. This is too compelling. Look at the scale there. Little KLM. I've just taken a little picture of that so you had a momentary frame pause. Well, I can still see the Jet 2. I think this will be holding for another 30 seconds or so. Chance for me to catch the chat. Oh, possibly. So plenty of 777 emoji action. I see. I'm just going to pick some randoms out of here. Deborah Speller, Mark Cowper, Sarah Louise, Yorkshire Biker, Deborah in again, Sarah Louise again, HGC, a lot of love for the triple, Nell W, Alexandra Wood goes big on it, and more besides. Mark Sanderson, there's Donaldson, screen's too small to see them all. Yeah, this is the bit where we get some big air intake on these GE90s. The track looks clear to me. I think this is going any second. Roger Not, good afternoon. Welcome to Newcastle. Hope you're keeping well. Here we go. Whee! Serenely climbing for the sky. kind of don't want to let it go, but you gotta. So where's our little KLM? Let's take stock of what's now likely to be happening or not happening, because if we've kind of exhausted the action, it's a natural point to close the show. Good afternoon, Russman. How you doing, pal? Andy Appleyard, hello to you. Just doing a few catch-ups in the chat. Hold on to the tripod, Sarah Louise. Exactly so. Definitely been buffeted a bit today. No horse tabbing. We think the horse has gone somewhere else, my friend. Seems to be the general consensus. Right, let's just see what we have happening, because I see nothing transponding. If we've reached the natural point of the show where the action has dried up, then we'll call it at that. If there's something to show you, we will continue. So Ryanair ain't going to be in for another 20 odd minutes, so I think we can pretty much say that arrivals are toast. Check there's no earlies or late, should I say. Right, departures. The Jet 2 to Krakow is now not going till 4:30, running late. That was the plane I think I was at the back of my mind thinking we got one more to be had. Right, I think we are naturally at the point of the show where we have done the bizzo. So thank you, team. I'm just going to pivot it round and go to camera, if I can just remember how to sort myself out. Oh dear. Come on, tablet. Oh, I can't. We'll put the tablet. I'm going to wire it back in. I've just realised that there's no blinking juice in it. I'll have to do this on my phone. So don't go away, team. I would like to say goodbye in the correct way. Just get my own channel up on my phone. You'd think I'd be a favourite for myself, wouldn't you? But I'm somehow not. Right, I think I'm in business. Are you not wanting to cut across the shot?
I'm alright.
Oh, you're right. I'm just going to turn the camera around and stand there, you see. So I wasn't sure how you were with being on show.
I'm not going yet.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't want to cut across your plans.
Nah, I'm alright.
Right, let's see. I seem to make my head look bigger than it really is. Jaunty angle with my hat, never lined up correctly. Folks, thank you so much for your support during today's show. Been absolutely awesome. Great fun as always down at Newcastle. Always throws up some decent action. You get the gaps, but that's regional airports to a T. So massive thanks to the moderators team for today's show. Alibi58, Dopey Gorp, Les Donaldson, Alexandra Wood and Nell W. So thank you one and all. It's just been fantastic. It's been great to share the action and I hope you've enjoyed it. If you're new to the channel, hopefully you'll want to see us again. Always hit that notification bell though. We do tell people what we're up to. I like to think we're quite good at that. I've not bought my notebook, so usually I kind of do a quick summary of credits to everybody that has been kind to us. So if I miss anybody, that's because I'm 58 years of age and forgetful. But let's just see how I do. I'll not be able to do the membership milestones, that's just too much for this old noggin. So Audrey McDonald very kindly gifted us 10 memberships. Mark Halper very kindly gifted us 5 memberships. I think I'm doing okay so far. Lloyd Bell very kindly gifted us 2 memberships. Les Donaldson very kindly gifted us a membership. I think I'm still in the game. Davey, I think it was Davey who super chatted us, and that was really appreciated. And Michelle also made us a very generous, Michelle Johnson, a very generous super chat at the back end of the show. I'm just going to check in the chat. Is there anybody else, mod team or friends, where you think I have missed saying thanks? Because it really matters. Money don't grow on trees, does it? And everything we get at Plain Sailing Aviation is straight back on the channel. We're not sure what we're doing on Sunday yet, so watch this space. We are definitely going to be Edinburgh on Wednesday, so watch out for that one. We thought we'd swizzle things around a little bit, give us some fresh angles now that Virgin Atlantic have got the A350 running back into Edinburgh. So I hope the weather forecast is commensurate with our ambitions. As Alexandra Wood very kindly prompts in the chat, members, remember 7 o'clock Sunday evening UK time, Eddie and I will be doing a social event. We've got some very modest giveaways in there, bit of quiz fun, bit of photo exchange, that kind of malarkey, and just generally hanging out for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever's fun. We'll see how it goes. The Christmas one went well, so hopefully we can capture a bit of Christmas and make our late Easter one good. Oh dear, let's have a look. I'm just going into the chat and check I've not missed anything that needs a swift answer. Ilya Frolov, my pleasure, and it's been nice to say hi to somebody new. Triple thumbs up from Ken G, thanks Ken. Watch along Leeds, my pleasure. Yorkshire Biker, and everybody else who's posted kind words. There's Donaldson, I could be rereading everything you can see on the screen. It just makes me feel so happy. Thanks folks. You can hear something, but I kind of don't think it is going to add up to a movement. So whatever you're doing next, stay safe. Do watch out though for the notifications as to what we're doing. We've not settled our plans for Sunday yet. We have settled our plans for Wednesday, so we'll tidy that up in the next 24 hours really. Right, have a great Friday evening. Knock yourself out folks.